Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to SOI Dive 542. We are just touching down on Dorado Outcrop. This is the final dive of our expedition, so thank you for sticking with us. And in the control room with me, I have Beth Orcutt of Bigelow Laboratory for Ocean Sciences, and she will explain what we're going to be doing on our final dive of the expedition.
Thanks, Juliana. Hello, everyone. We are returning to Dorado Outcrop for our final dive. Dorado Outcrop is the site where we had previously seen low temperature vents and octopus at those sites. In 2013 and 2014, we returned to those on these expeditions early on in this expedition series. To confirm that the octopus were successfully brooding eggs at that location. And today we're at a different part of Dorado Outcrop. We're at the northwest end of the outcrop, where there had previously also been venting documented, not as rigorous, in a kind of different context. So we're coming back here to see what it looks like and to deploy a few experiments. You can see in the frame here some square things. Those are dive weights left behind in 2013 and 2014 from either Alvin or Jason or a lander. All of those devices use drop weights, but probably Alvin. So it's a good indication to us that we're getting close to the marker that we are looking for. You're seeing octopus associated with some holes in the ground. Those are likely places where there's warm fluids. And our navigation is still accurate from almost 10 years ago.
That's always reassuring.
Yeah.
Come back to the same spot.
I love the star right on the top.
Yeah, little crinoid. It's very bright. Jenna, do we need any additional specimens? Since we're out of okay. Well, I mean, there's no more deferring. Well, this is our last dive, so.
Yeah, but now.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know that we'll see more venting after we leave this marker. This area is kind of where we see them, and I don't think we'll get down to the southern end by the end of the dive.
Can we get light suits on, please?
Things are coming up.
And we don't have to do it right this second. We're going to be doing temperature measurements and things like that. So previously, the warmest temperature was over by the marker,
Okay.
so we'll want to start there.
Sure. Is it just right on the roster, or I guess you can see where the
Yeah, so where it's,
Yeah.
you can see the old egg cement
Yeah.
right there next to the marker. So we'll start with that. And you can see a couple spots here where there's indications of prior egg brooding with this green cement that's on the black rocks.
Oh, wow.
You settled in?
There's a question in the chat about
Potentially. This is our last dive, so we're trying to do our final target operations.
Sure.
So we want to get some high-res video before we stick that in there, if you don't mind.
Will we play camera again?
Yes. Scott, you can hold on doing the temperature measurement. I want to get some zooms of the shimmering first. We can see here pretty rigorous flow coming from around that area where the cement is. Also looks like it's coming from down there. And then kind of tapers off. So yeah, right in this area. So let's start, actually, hold on one second. Tim, can you take a highlight? Okay. Scott, let's first start with the area with the green cement between the lobsters.
Okay.
I'll move my lasers where I'm talking about.
Lasers outside?
No, I'm moving the lasers to where I'm indicating.
Octopus has got like prime real estate here.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a little torch. Oh no, I used to go. Okay. 3.
Thanks. Hold there. So the warmest temperatures that we've measured on Dorado Outcrop down at the southern end of the outcrop is around 12 degrees Celsius. This site was always a little bit cooler. It seems similar so far. Temperature probe is getting a little attention from the lobster. All right, it looks like our max is 11.0. You can go ahead and retract the temperature probe, Scott.
Ever so carefully.
Exactly. And then up by the other green cement here. Oh. Yeah, kind of in that area. Did you record that temperature measurement? Okay.
What was the highest you got the other day?
At the other site?
No, at this site.
We've never been here.
Oh, were we here?
We've never been to this part of the outcrop. It's a
Oh.
long, skinny outcrop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We've only ever been to the southern section.
For some reason I thought because we must have seen another marker with a crown of it on top of it. Was there another marker with something on top of it? What am I thinking?
It's probably. Yeah, there's a lot of markers around here that we've seen. We've seen E, F, R, K, and W, D, and G. So it's probably one of those. Okay, so it looks like here is just slightly warmer at 11.3 degrees C. And okay, we've got that logged. You can go ahead and retract the probe, Scott. And then while we still have the probe in our hands, let's go ahead and gently try to go behind the octopus to see if it's warmed back there.
Torch out just to get it on
Yeah, if you can reach. If it's a, if,
I can reposition, but I think we already.
yeah, we'll wait to reposition if that's what we need to do.
Back here.
Yeah.
Oh, there's eggs back there.
Yeah, which is probably why the octopus is a bit upset that we are poking here. But it's important for us to understand if the eggs are actually in warmed locations, which is why we unfortunately need to disturb this octopus for a moment. Get some closer zooms. Can you take some more highlight views, Tim? We're measuring 7.3. It's quite a lot of eggs. Although I don't see any eye spots in those eggs. Okay, 7.32, Tim, if you could record that, please. And then Scott will carefully retract the temperature probe. Thank you. All right. Our next order of operations will be to try a squeezer sample. Janet, do you want to grab breakfast real quick? And I'll do the squeezers, and then when you come back, you can take over the colonization.
We're just going to do a squeeze this up along that crack.
Did you get breakfast in?
Yeah, I ate some of it.
Okay. Hello to our audience that's joining us from around the world now that we're streaming our first segment of this dive today. Always welcome to let us know where you're tuning in from. So you can see here as we're putting the temperature probe back that the temperature, the ambient temperature here is around 1.6, 1.8. As we were moving the temperature wand over that area, you could see it would get up to 2 to 3. And then as we would get into those blacker areas, that the temperature gets quite warm. That gives you an indication of the pretty significant temperature extremes that these octopus are, and the squat lobsters, and potentially shrimp, although we haven't seen them yet, are adapted to.
Are you doing a squeezer? Squeezer? Do you have a preference on which?
I do not. Go ahead.
You do? Yeah. Okay. Just shut it off. You're at your exit.
Good morning. Hi, Ben.
Morning. Squeezer?
Yes, please.
Brian.
We can turn the temperature overlay off, Juliana. And we can turn lasers off for the moment. I'll fly the camera if you don't mind. So Ben, we want to try to get our squeezer sample right in this this crack feature near the green cement.
Watch out. Yeah. You can see between these. What's that? You can give start from 3 to 8. Just for speed dances. Happy?
I'm going to follow you over.
You see the speed number?
I did not.
You want to flip that around so it's the number? Where we go?
Actually, wait to do that just because these triggers have gotten a little more sensitive. We'll do it once we got the sample.
Go for it.
We can always correct it in the log once we've got it. Yeah, kind of right. Yeah, right in that area. I can. All right. Looks like you're in there pretty good. I'm just going to tilt this up a little bit so we can see the pin.
Say when.
One moment. Okay, try to trigger.
Try that. Trigger now.
Okay.
You want to try again?
Sure.
Just release it slowly. Okay, trying again now.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. And if you can go ahead and turn it just so we know which one it was. Number 1.
And are we going for another one?
Yes, we will.
Number 1 was the one that I thought would work.
A little sea cucumber. Whichever one you'd like to try next.
Let me grab equipment.
Sure.
Which one you want?
Whichever you can get.
Yeah. We got freeze before.
Happy?
No. Brooding. There you go.
Okay.
Happy?
Yep.
All right, let's try again. These rocks are really loose, so I'm sure you can just jostle them around a little bit.
Ease a little bit out of that. And then
That looks good. 1 second. Come here. Go back down. Okay, go ahead and try to fire. All right. Great. So Janet, what I want to do next is in that same spot we've just been sampling, we want to put the temperature probe that's in the BioBox 1,
Okay.
and then also Gus's colonization experiment,
Okay.
which is also in that BioBox. And then once we're done with that, we can go to these other spots where the octopus are and investigate the temperature, and if there's a specimen that seems good for collection or eggs, then we'll do that.
Will Gus be out for the deployment and the experiment?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We just want to get it in that flow.
In the flow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so along, kind of in that black rack, I think anywhere will be
Okay.
fine.
Temperature probe that's in BioBox 1 and the experiments in BioBox 1.
Well, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Janet Voigt, who will run the extra dive.
Okay.
You guys good?
They were debating which arm we wanted to use.
Okay.
Come upward a little bit. A little bit more. There you go.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. We are looking to deploy a temperature probe here. BioBox 1. Right in the hot spot.
Alright, so they heard the key handle is the furthest one to start with, so the name over the box.
Furthest one.
It's right here.
Happy Juneteenth to everybody. The newest federal holiday in the U.S.
It's the one that's
designated to recognize not the Emancipation Proclamation, but the fact that the word got to the people most affected 2 years after the fact. And word spread slowly once the document reached Galveston, Texas. So you couldn't pinpoint one day where everybody was free. So it's called Juneteenth. Traditionally a time of family get-togethers, picnics and relaxation. It's now a federal holiday.
grab that. Again, early upper angle and touch. And I can try to zoom in on the sit as well to help you. There you go. Alright. Great. I don't know what's gonna do now, but I think it's just cut together. Yeah. I don't know if it's all together. I can get a nice space underneath it. Yeah. Yeah. There you go.
This is a long-term temperature recorder that we'll leave in place until we come back in December. See what's going on with these sites. And the octopods, of course.
We're gonna put it where you were just sampling. So let me close the file back small.
There's a nice array of egg cement along there. Somebody was using that space, that's for sure.
I don't know if we'll go in there after I start get it in the box. It might be easier if you grab the.
Yeah. I don't push that off.
Do you want to grab the T handle?
Yeah, that's all.
Alright. Do you want to grab it with other and then just grab it from the net? Alright. Not bad. Back in there. Alright. Where you going to go?
I kind of think over.
Those rocks are really loose. Probably just follow the top.
See what happens if I push this.
I think they'll move out of the way for you. I think they'll move out of the way for you.
Yeah, take that block out. I'll be down with this. Let's get it. How's that?
Just follow up, follow over to a little bit. Just follow. There you go. Shove it in there.
Oh,
Yeah, you live in Chicago now, right?
pardon me?
You live in Chicago?
Yeah,
Where are you from originally?
Iowa.
Iowa. Okay, so we're not too far.
Yeah. Yeah, it was nice when my parents' health was failing.
What's that?
It was convenient when my parents' health was failing.
Well, I decided to grab the grab the rope, and then you can grab it however you need to.
seems not delicate, is it?
Not there. I think you're fine at where you're at right there.
I mean, if I shove it down there.
As long as it's give, it's not giving them like making it cool.
Drill it.
Yeah, exactly.
Use it as a jackhammer.
No pile drive then. I mean, I think that's when you get all the hot air, hot water coming out of there. It's your call.
Janet?
I'm not familiar with this, but it looks good to me.
The probe is at the hole, it's the end of that temperature. Use my,
They grab it.
you can.
What else would we need to do here? We needed to deploy so we can leave that there for the experiment, and then if they need us to move it, let's go right here. Just to not save time to get an answer. Where are we gonna deploy the experiment? Same place? Or?
Right, in the fluid flow, all of the little blocks.
Okay. So we're gonna put this all in the fluid flow then.
So all by the general area, where to stop that probe. Yeah.
All right, with the fluid temperature probe in place, we hope, we're going to deploy these microbe experiments for Gus from Cal State LA and Beth. They're working together on this. The idea is they'll be on the seafloor till December. Bacterium will be using whatever substrate is inside, and differences among them will reflect dominant bacterial strain. I think it's an elegant idea. And we're going to put each of these where they're impacted by fluid flow so they get a good opportunity to see what's what. These are nifty little designs, you can tell. I mean, working with an ROV manipulator, judging things in 2-dimension that are, of course, 3-dimensional, and the bottom uneven. The dive weights on the bottom here really help stabilize the whole deployment and make it quicker and easy to do. Easier. Not that these things are easy. The pilots just make it look easy. Of course, as soon as I say something nice about them, issues come up. There we go. I don't think we want that on the temperature probe, as it'll mess with the temperature. Could we put it up from the handle, the T-handle? There's gonna be enough room to fit all these in there?
That's your call, Jack. You're just a bus driver.
Don't want to make them fit.
We're good again, so.
Thank you.
I have to turn your camera on, but it will give you.
What's that? I was trying to see if we can let go of the
These experiments, of course, are kind of secured inside the bio box because you don't want them bumping around the air-water interface or during descent, turbulence or, whatever. Plexiglass is thick, but why have like 8 pounds of dive weights bouncing around in it?
strong rubber bands.
Rubber bands are infinitely stronger at depth than they are on land.
So the rubber banded in. These rubber bands get cranky when they get cold.
That was your preference? Janet,
Pardon me?
what was your preference?
Yeah.
I could drop below this one. Closer to the band.
How about on top of marker A? I mean, the dive weight for marker A, that looks like it's impacted by flow, but not in the sensitive part of the temperature sensor.
That's right there.
Yeah, right in here.
Okay.
I'd say there, but that's steep and it'll roll.
Right over here.
Looks good to me.
Walk the way.
Stand by, stand by.
So the last one, could we, well, get in the nip before we start planning anything? Oh.
Stop.
Alright, here's really close to the, thanks,
Touch back. There you go.
can you see there?
There you go.
And give you on your sip.
Janet?
Yeah?
Right there.
Yeah. They're perfect. Janet, look, see if you want to satisfy that.
You think there's any chance we could get that temperature probe oriented vertically rather than horizontally?
Can I power it? Yeah, there's like a chance. Okay.
That's the way it's designed to work, apparently.
Well, I asked Rob, and he said it's fine the way it is right
It's fine? Okay. Tim overruled. Tim says it's fine as is.
now. Rob said it's fine.
Rob said.
It's Rob. All right. So, do you want to move that last one anywhere else, or are you happy with where it felt? What do you think about it?
All right. Beth overruled. And we'd like to try it to move the temperature probe so that it's oriented vertically.
Okay.
She suggests using the T handle. It's going to make that easier.
Right. So, 1 second then. Yeah, it's the black one, so it's that roller skating wheel looking thing. You yeah, go to the right of it. Go to the right of it. Push out away. So you can see it. Never mind.
This marker A was put down 9 or 10 years ago by the previous surveys of Dorado Outcrop. And you can see it's found a little host of renters. There's feather star, or crinoid, and a stalk crinoid, the white thing on the other side. Filter feeders like being up in the current where there's more chow. Can you grab the T handle?
Straight down. With you on the sit. Here you go. This will be fun. No, got it. Then it'll be.
Cool.
Alright, you ready? Open up the other jaw. Hold on a little bit. You gotta pull it a little bit. Pull it. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Okay. Also. Hold on, I wanna look at it before we do it. Alright, pull it down. There you go.
There we go.
What's that?
Find me a hole.
That one?
If we move the large rock out of the way, or like in between. Possibly like right there, or if we just nudge it out of the way and go there. Maybe. I don't know, much the shadow. You're not really gonna know until you get.
All right, we're reconnoitering on places this probe should be inserted vertically among the little Rockies. So it's trial and error with things like this.
Right, so
Sure is nice shimmering fluid flow, though.
yeah.
Consistent. This probe will give us the ability to see how consistent the temperature is over time. Given the differences we've seen in the octopod populations, you know, there's going to be some changes. Something's happening. Maybe it's roving gangs of shrimps that come in and devastate the population. Maybe it's temperature fluctuations. The problem with doing deep sea research is we have snapshots, especially as a biologist, a big animal biologist, that is. And those snapshots rely on your knowledge of the animals to interpret what you're seeing, the impact on the life cycle, all that stuff.
It's not very deep, Janet.
I love it. Well,
It's a little bit.
there's some concern this spot is a bit shallow to hold the probe.
Stay there. It might stay there.
We're telling it to stay. It's listening.
I'm gonna stick a rock there. Hold it. Now it's gonna fall. It's gonna fall.
Beth likes.
I keep trying going. Spin it. I might take care off of it. Oh, you're on the back corner still, so wait.
It's fine.
No, you keep going. Wait. Alright, you're clear.
Hold your breath.
Don't pull the rope.
Whew.
Put a rock
That
in
is
there.
well done, guys. Thank you.
You can put a rock underneath that. Janet. You want
Beth
that?
says it's fine as is.
Okay.
I think it's close enough that if we mess with it, it'll get worse.
Yeah.
It's more than 50-50 because it's pretty darn good right now.
Alright. I'll take care of it.
All right, we're gonna scope around and do some more temperature measurements, see what we got going on here.
Alright, we're gonna move from this place though.
Yeah, back away
I'm
slowly.
just gonna let the thrusters off and just float.
Minimum thrusters.
Yeah.
Just back away, no currents.
Right.
Don't breathe hard.
Alright.
We'd like to reconnoiter a bit and
Yeah,
See
I'm gonna back away further though, so that there's less chance of this destruction.
we may want to collect an octopod here, as we know there's venting here, and we may not find any later. There may be some we don't find, but an octopus in the wild box beats not under these conditions. How about if we go over this way?
Well, now she wants to get a position of the.
Okay. I'm pushing, sorry. given this is the last dive, a really wonderful cruise, you know, I want to maximize.
Ben, did you do that for me? Yeah, that's fine.
It really has been our pleasure to have you guys in the audience sharing with us this opportunity to learn more about the deep sea floor. Oh, those opportunities are all too rare. And this cruise was blessed by the presence of a whole bunch of women as co-PIs and PIs.
Alright, cool.
And it's all been better for it. So I want to thank co-chief scientist Beth Orcutt and Jorge Cortez Nunez for their excellent assistance in every aspect of the work, but especially the Schmidt Ocean Institute for the opportunity to be here. And like I said earlier, for staff in this boat and this ROV with such great people to work with. They make it interesting, they make it fun, even when a funny eel shows up just where you least expect it. Maybe that's a worm. Who knows? Yeah, it does look like a worm. I'm seeing cameras you can't, so. It's like strange things show up on other cameras.
Just relax. Alright. Alright, did you just want to look around, or was there another?
That one's reasonable. It looks pretty steep. Is that a problem?
No, no, no.
Okay,
There's a.
yeah,
You want to get over there? Over in that
yeah.
crevice?
Maybe get a temperature probe estimate beforehand. You know, if we hadn't seen the other end of Dorado seamount, this would be a lot of octopuses. As it is, it's really a high density for 3,100 meters depth, almost. You can see the effects on that sediment of the fluid flow. Everything's sedimented, kind of uniform greenish, and then these spots are black, the color of the underlying rock. That rising fluid brushes off the dirt. And octopuses, not being good housekeepers, like to go where there's no dirt to raise their eggs. That's an anthropomorphism. Of course they don't like that. They just touch it and something in their brain says, this is good. And that's where they spend the rest of their lives. How long that is, who knows? Given the size of the eggs and our one observation of Octomom, which is in a different genus and a different family, they could spend like 54 months with their eggs at the temperatures of the surrounding seafloor. Here, if they're in 3, 5, 10 degrees Celsius water, could be cut really sharply. Or they could be parboiled. It's kind of like a risky business, given they don't know more about the future temperature fluctuations here than we do. Of course, we got the means to figure it out. Keep envisioning looking at that big open spot. Something's going to show up and come out and get us. There's a little Galatheid crab next to the octopod. I don't see eggs right now, but those wrinkles on the mantle, the ventral mantle, of course, suggest she's been here for a while. There was a touch of green egg cement just above her second arm. Yep, there's the eggs. You good, Beth?
Yeah, but it's almost 8 too, so.
All right. So I'll be relieved soon, but once again, let me say thank you for bearing with us at those slow times and sharing our excitement, the exciting times, and just the wonder of animals we never thought we'd see alive on the deep sea floor. So, hope to see all your comments in December. Bye.
Is this a specimen you'd like to collect?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want temperature measurement?
Yep.
That'd be good.
Yeah, and then we'll try to get the octopus and the eggs, and we'll do also a squeezer sample, because clearly there's venting here.
Okay.
Very good.
So temperature measurement is on
No, it's fine, because you are a better narrator. And I can just, work with the pilots on the operations.
I'm going to scoot over a little bit to the.
But did you hear what I'm doing?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, so we're nearby. We're gonna do a temperature probe measurement here. Okay. And then we're gonna attempt to collect the octopus, and then the eggs, and then just a squeezer sample. We'll try that.
Good morning, everyone. This is Beatriz Naranjo from the University of Costa Rica. It's a pleasure to join you again on our last day of expedition here on Costa Rica. We are exploring where all this begins and the Dorado Outcrop. So I will be joining you for the next hour, and I'll be switching between English and Spanish. Buenos días, mi nombre es Beatriz Naranjo de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Es un placer acompañarles nuevamente. Voy a estar narrando la siguiente hora de buceo. Estamos justo en el sitio donde toda esta aventura de Octopus Odyssey comenzó, en el Dorado Outcrop, un sitio a unos 200 kilómetros de la costa de Guanacaste, frente a las costas de Costa Rica. En este momento estamos explorando el sector norte, un sector que no habíamos visitado del Dorado en esta expedición. Este lugar se visitó hace 10 años, en el 2013 y 2014, y ya se habían observado aquí algunas señales de flujos de agua caliente, y como pueden observar, algunos pulpos que están asociados a estos flujos de agua. We already deployed some experiments, and our goal here on this place is to have a measurement of temperature, and also we will collect one octopod. En este sitio vamos a hacer una recolecta de pulpo, así como sus huevos. Es parte de los experimentos que estamos, o los estudios que estamos realizando a bordo. También vamos a tomar algunos otros datos de temperatura y una muestra de agua. Solo recordarles que todas estas recolecciones que estamos haciendo tienen los permisos del gobierno de Costa Rica, los permisos debidos de investigación. Y finalmente van a ser depositados en el Museo de Zoología de la Universidad de Costa Rica para que permitan un mayor análisis y la posibilidad de utilizarlos en estudios futuros. Antes de mi narración se encontraba con nosotros la doctora Janet Boyd, que es la especialista mundial en pulpos. Y esta especie es una especie no descrita, así que lo primero que queremos hacer es otorgarle un nombre para poder referirnos a ella, y en base a eso poder proponer medidas de manejo que nos aseguren la conservación de este sitio tan interesante. Ayer estuvimos explorando el monte submarino Tengo Set, que es el punto de recarga de agua, que en ese monte se da la recarga de agua hacia la corteza terrestre, y esa agua, según las evidencias que tenemos, emergen en este sitio que estamos estudiando ahorita, que es el Dorado. I'm joined here by Dr. Miguel Semedo from the University of Porto, Portugal. He's helping me taking notes of the dive. And of course, we also have our amazing team of the ROV crew, including Chris, Ben, and Steph. We are the morning shift. Okay. Okay. Me acompaña conmigo el doctor Miguel Semedo de la Universidad de Porto en Portugal, microbiólogo. Además de nuestro equipo del ROV, incluyendo a Chris, Ben y a Steph. Ahorita lo que estamos haciendo es tomar una prueba de temperatura justo donde están los huevos.
Call it 8.94. You can go ahead and slip in your track then.
So our maximum temperature here, as you see on the screen, was 8.94. Earlier we got some higher temperature on other venting sites.
So then, can we try to get a temperature measurement around what Chris has been on, just to see how it compares to the temperature of the Octopus?
You can see on the screen all the shimmering water. We will try to compare this where the temperature probe is right now with the place where the eggs were. En pantalla podemos ver todo el flujo de agua caliente que está saliendo. Y lo que estamos haciendo es realizar otra prueba de temperatura para compararla con el sitio específico donde estaban los huevos. Una de nuestras mayores preguntas en esta expedición es por qué los pulpos hembra deciden colocar sus huevos justo donde lo hacen. Como pueden ver, donde el flujo de agua está saliendo, la roca se encuentra muy limpia, se mantiene libre de sedimento. Y esto, posiblemente combinado con una mayor temperatura, permite un desarrollo más rápido de los huevos. Pero bueno, es parte de todas las investigaciones que se están realizando.
Ben, can you back out just a touch so you're not right on the rock? Yeah, that's great. So that's a great screenshot of the eggs in there. Yeah, what was the highest you saw?
879.
At this site?
At
Okay,
this site.
alright, so let's go ahead and get that, 879. So we have the spot lobster.
Exactly.
Okay, we can go ahead and retract. And let's just hold the T-probe out in the air so that we can zoom back in on the eggs with the camera, please.
So our highest temperature here was 879. Not so different from the place where the eggs were. Or are.
Chris, can you maybe take that shot a little bit in terms of like panning left a little bit, popping out just a little bit so that we see the top of the tentacles. Yeah, perfect.
Increíbles estas criaturas. Si han visto otros pulpos colocando sus huevos, la mayoría lo hacen con sus ventosas dirigidas hacia la roca. Y en este caso lo hacen de cabeza, lo cual es una posición bastante inusual. Sin embargo, en la mayoría de los otros casos, los pulpos colocan sus huevos debajo de rocas, donde las superficies suelen estar más limpias de sedimento.
We'll go ahead and store the T-probe. And then grab one of the nets from the rock box on the port side.
En este momento nos encontramos a 3046 metros de profundidad. En el buceo de hoy solamente tenemos este punto donde se había colocado un marcador hace unos 10 años aproximadamente. Como observaron anteriormente, si estaban siguiendo la transmisión, colocamos diversos experimentos. Muchos de esos experimentos son con fines microbiológicos. se están colocando sustratos limpios, esterilizados, que vamos a recoger cuando volvamos en diciembre para ver qué microorganismos colonizaron los sustratos que se estaban colocando. Estos experimentos los dejamos aquí en este sector norte, también en el área que ya habíamos explorado Dorado en esta expedición, que es otro sector al sureste, así como un nuevo sitio que aún no tiene nombre, donde también encontramos flujos de agua caliente y una población de pulpos asociada. So for today we only have this waypoint. Our goal was to find this marker A that was deployed here 10 years ago. So after we finish here with our experiments and measurements and collections, we will be exploring this area, since it's the first time during this expedition that we visit this place. But we will come back on December with the second part of our Octopus Odyssey. So I just want to say thank you for all those persons that have been following the expedition, also helping us with ideas on the chat. I know that's many people here have a lot of knowledge about our deep sea, following all the expeditions that occur around the world. I'm seeing a question here about if the mother octopus aerate the eggs in addition to protecting them, and yes, it's part of the jobs that the female octopus does.
Might be a different gravity. I don't know.
En este momento vamos a intentar recolectar esta hembra de esta nueva especie. Son pues algunos sacrificios que tenemos que hacer si queremos llegar a proteger este lugar. Tener la mayor cantidad de información posible sobre ellos es bastante importante.
Including a shiv.
Tenemos muchas cosas en esa canasta.
Alright.
All the things.
Yeah. Almost.
Hold it for you. You grab it where you want.
Well, you can't really grab it on top like you can the other one.
Para aquellos que se están conectando en este momento, estamos explorando el lugar donde todo empezó, nuestra odisea de pulpos. en el Dorado Outcrop. Queremos agradecer a todas las personas que han seguido esta expedición. Sabemos que hay muchas personas de Latinoamérica, de España, de países de habla hispana, que han tenido la oportunidad de observar el mar profundo y tener algunas explicaciones hasta donde nos es posible en español. Muchas personas nos han ayudado a compartir información sobre la expedición, sobre la importancia del mar profundo. Es, creo, la primera vez que en Costa Rica hay una serie de personas siguiendo una expedición de este tipo y eso nos emociona muchísimo. Como lo he mencionado en otras oportunidades, uno de los principales logros es estudiar nuestros propios ambientes. La organización de esta expedición tardó 5 años, hay mucha logística detrás y estamos muy contentos y contentas con los resultados obtenidos hasta ahora. Sabemos que toda esta información nos va a ayudar a proteger estos ambientes. Tenemos un equipo muy motivado para seguir trabajando.
There's a baby.
Baby Octopus. Una de las preguntas que habían antes de que iniciara esta expedición, de acuerdo a
I think we're following.
las observaciones que teníamos de hace 10 años, era si estos huevos eran viables o no, ya que parecía que no lo eran.
Okay,
Y
if I move the camera while you do that, Chris?
como vemos en pantalla, evidentemente lo son. Hay cientos a miles de pulpos en este lugar.
Yep. Say it again?
I almost feel like I could grab a tentacle. I'm
Uh,
not gonna cut it. I'm just gonna grab her, and I think she's gonna let go and drop it in the net.
She, typically with other ones, they hold on to the manipulator. So that I think trying to get it in the bag is actually easier, because then we can actually have it in the bag. Otherwise, we have to try to convince her to come off the manipulator. Let me know if you need me to move the camera, Chris. I'll just move over so you can see the ram.
Right there. Alright, Ben.
Let me just grab it.
Before we do that, I'm just going to zoom in again on. Yeah.
If I move that out of the way a little bit.
We don't know. It's temperature dependent, so the warmer they are,
Highlight,
faster.
please.
But at some point, it's too hot.
There's a baby in the net.
It's like the one at Davidson Seamount. Robust.
Highlight, please, Miguel.
Like 1 year.
It's similar. Is it the same?
Okay.
I don't know.
But
What do we want to try now?
what is the information for that signal? How long?
It's 1,800 nautical miles. I don't think it will.
Just put it on the ground.
So we have been studying the several nurseries here, as you saw on our expedition, not only the octopus but also the skates. And what Dr. Janet was explaining me is that we don't know for sure how long does it take for these eggs to develop, but it's temperature dependent. So we hope to have more information about this with this research that we are doing.
Is it okay if I do a quick zoom on the baby?
And
Nope.
for the skates,
It's over here
it
in the water.
takes several months, and not months, probably years. There are some studies in similar species in the deep sea. And for those, the estimation is about between 3 and 5 years. So it's really slow,
Yeah, there's
the
also one in the
development.
net. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we move the chair over
Yeah,
just a few
sure.
inches?
Sure.
Thank you.
Very like squeezing there.
Yes. All the people.
Una de las preguntas que nos estaban haciendo en inglés era si sabemos cuánto le toma a estos huevos en desarrollarse a los pulpos. Y la doctora Janet Boyd me estaba explicando que no sabemos, es una de las preguntas que aún no podemos responder. Es dependiente de la temperatura, así que entre más caliente, más rápido pueden desarrollarse. Sin embargo, llega un punto donde la temperatura es mucha, así que son parte de las preguntas que queremos responder conforme vamos visitando este sitio. En la expedición hemos encontrado no solo pues criaderos de pulpos, sino también de rayas, como lo observaron, y en ellas el desarrollo de estas rayas de profundidad se cree que toma varios años. Es uno de los periodos de incubación más largos reportados hasta la fecha. No tenemos estudios específicos con la especie que encontramos aquí, pero sí hay estudios con otras especies similares, emparentadas. Así que pues una regla más o menos general, digamos, de el mar profundo es que los organismos tienen crecimiento bastante lento. Una de las razones que hace estos ambientes más vulnerables a otros.
Oh, there's another baby. It's 3.
Babies are escaping. Un saludo a la Cruz de Guanacaste, que sabemos que nos han estado siguiendo. Adultos y niños. Muchas personas en la costa muy conocedoras de nuestros ambientes marinos, formando una comunidad no solo de profesionales en biología, sino también pescadores, operadores turísticos. Creo que estas oportunidades de explorar ambientes tan desconocidos de nuestro país nos dan la oportunidad de hacer estas conexiones y sentirnos que todo esto nos pertenece.
actually. A very little bit is inside. Another one. And not anymore. Alright, now a little bit.
4,
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, well,
5.
you're fighting with the octopus sticking up the wall.
6,
7.
There you go. Almost.
Ayer estuvimos explorando el monte Tengoset. Ha sido uno de nuestros favoritos. Siempre encontramos algo sorprendente en Tengoset. No solo el sitio donde encontramos miles de rayas, de huevos de rayas. Ayer tuvimos la posibilidad de observar una quimera. La única quimera que hemos visto, un pez cartilaginoso emparentado con los tiburones y rayas. Y ese sitio Tengoset es el sitio de recarga de agua que después viaja por la corteza terrestre y emerge en este sitio que estamos en este momento, el Dorado Outcrop. Después de que terminemos nuestro trabajo aquí, vamos a estar explorando esta área del Dorado. Así que esperamos tener algún otro encuentro bastante sorprendente.
It's weird that there's no predators here.
Yeah.
Go for that.
Yeah, no shrimps, almost no worms, like just a few.
Yeah.
Al mismo tiempo que se está desarrollando esta expedición, se estuvo realizando otra en Canadá donde también se encontró un área importante para pulpos y para rayas, al igual que básicamente los dos descubrimientos que hicimos también en nuestra expedición, así que ha sido una semana o unas semanas bastante importantes en el mundo de la exploración de aguas profundas.
Well, the problem is the net's caught on the
Oh
rock.
no, yeah. Tomorrow.
Alright. Gonna get the net off that rock as well, yeah.
What is it? 11 pounds?
Maybe a lot.
11, right? More or less.
Yeah.
54 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So needs to sit.
Tengo aquí el placer de estar con la doctora Beth Orcutt, que es una de las cojefas científicas a quien agradecemos profundamente esta oportunidad. Ella nos ha estado no solo guiando en nuestro trabajo, sino también enseñándonos pues mucho del mundo que hay detrás de estas expediciones, más allá del momento en el que estamos acá, cómo planearlas. Y pues es un conocimiento compartido que para nosotros es sumamente valioso. A diferencia de otros lugares donde hemos estado, que vemos estos flujos de agua caliente y vemos muchos camarones, muchos gusanos asociados, en este lugar nos llama la atención de que si hay algunos gusanos, estos tubos blancos que se ven, pues se ve uno por ejemplo a la derecha en la pantalla, pero no vemos camarones y la cantidad de estos gusanos es mucho menos, así que son pues sitios bastante diferentes aunque estén en el mismo monte.
I'll show you there.
grab this.
It's gonna go in a bio box.
Ok, vamos a intentar la recolecta directa sin usar la red. Como ven, son pulpos bastante pequeños. En pantalla a veces pues parece que son muy grandes, pero son organismos muy pequeños.
Highlights, please, Miguel. It's gonna go in 2 or 3.
Recordarles que las pulpos hembra dedican su vida a cuidar estos huevos. Durante todo ese tiempo no se alimentan y básicamente ponen toda su energía en cuidar a sus bebés y posteriormente mueren.
Whichever, this one.
Is my camera all the way in?
Un saludo a México, que sabemos que hay varias personas que han estado siguiendo la expedición. México es un país que es ejemplo para nosotros porque sabemos que desarrollan sus propias investigaciones en el mar profundo. Trabajos muy importantes de colegas mexicanos y mexicanas. Así que un saludo allá a las tierras mexicanas.
Get her, yeah, get her close to the plastic.
Not so hard, then. Not so hard. All right.
Ok. Oh, oh. Como ven, estos pulpos ya tienen como poca energía, ya se encuentran pues cansadas de estar sin alimentarse y poniendo su energía en los huevos.
So we got to see a lot of babies being born.
Usualmente los pulpos son bastante
Now
les
we need to
gusta
pick up the
escapar,
net, and then we're
así
gonna
que no
interrogate
cantamos
where they
victoria,
were,
pero vemos que ya tienen poca energía.
potentially collect species.
Para hoy no tenemos una distancia planeada.
There's another baby.
Hoy es nuestro último buceo, así que lo que queremos es visitar este sitio donde estamos ahorita, que se había encontrado,
Yeah. Put it back in the rock box.
y después explorar libremente. No tenemos una distancia planeada. Vamos a ver qué depara el buceo. Eso no significa que el buceo va a ser corto. Vamos a estar explorando aproximadamente a las 7 de la noche, hora de Costa Rica.
Yes, please.
Amazing skills from the pilots.
You're gonna do great. After what you just did, this is gonna get tricky, bro? Yeah. Alright.
We have some babies in the net as well. Yeah, we are seeing a few predators here. No shrimps, no fish so far also, I think.
I mean, I've seen one cut through,
Well,
but
yeah.
not here.
Mm-hmm. Oop,
Oh, and there's baby.
bye,
Hold on.
buddy.
That baby took off.
Yeah. Vemos muy pocos depredadores en esta área, incluyendo muy pocos camarones. Si siguen las redes sociales de Schmidt, también tal vez vieron un highlight de nuestro primer buceo. donde un camarón toma uno de estos bebés pulpos y al final el pulpo logra escapar. Un video bastante emocionante. Les recuerdo que en redes sociales y en la página de Schmidt hay mucha más información sobre esta expedición y que aunque hoy es nuestro último buceo, vamos a volver en diciembre, así que la aventura continúa.
Then do you think it's possible to use the manipulator to... Oh, there we go.
Alright, so let's see. First we're gonna follow this day, so. Whoop.
Yeah, very much. They're quite, yeah, the courage to take.
Or to the feet.
Good luck out there.
Alright, so move that rock.
Bye, baby.
I mean, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, so try to move the rock towards us
Okay.
so that we can see the remaining egg cases.
Okay, we're gonna zoom the eggs that were left.
So the next one we do, if you have to attach another baby like this,
Can we bring the gain down just a little bit?
like we did that one.
Can you take a highlight so that we get the sit can view?
You guys would know. Thank you.
So thank you for all that have been following the expedition across the world. It's been a pleasure for us to show this part of our country, Costa Rica.
We're
Oh,
gonna get
there's
the
the hole.
slurp, please.
yeah, nice hole. Yeah.
I'm just gonna get some quick zooms and then we'll get the slurp. Okay, let's please get the slurp.
Okay, we'll try to collect the remaining eggs. You see the hole there where the heat flow is coming out.
Predators are just nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
there's nothing. That's weird. So we are exploring the northern end of this outcrop, the Dorado Outcrop. Have you heard something about the origin of the name? No?
I haven't asked specifically, but my thought was that it's related to the fact that when you're out here,
Yeah,
depending on
well,
the time of year, there's a lot of
a lot of
dorado around the
Dorados,
ship,
yeah.
mahi mahi.
Mm-hmm.
But I
So,
don't know officially
yeah.
because I wasn't on.
Okay.
I was barely a student at that time.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh,
one
another
second,
baby.
Ben. Hold it.
Another baby. So we are not sure about the origin of the name of Dorado, but in Spanish, the mahi mahi, the fish, the pelagic fish, is called Dorado. And we see a lot of Dorado here, especially in some
Yeah. Okay.
times of the year.
Wow.
Yesterday,
Okay.
for example, we were looking
Alright,
some
Ben,
Dorados
resume.
or mahi mahi when the
What
ROV
slurp
was coming up.
canister are we on? Number 2. Let me know if you need more, bud.
El origen de este nombre no lo tenemos demasiado claro porque no estuvimos en ese momento donde se empezó a llamar así, pero es una zona donde hay bastante dorado, mahi mahi o dolphin fish, corifaena y purus. Ayer, de hecho, mientras estábamos recuperando el ROV del agua, habían muchísimos dorados o mahi mahis en el agua, cazando otros peces que andaban por ahí atraídos por la luz. Así que es muy probable que el origen del nombre sea por esta especie de pez pelágico. Parte del trabajo que hemos estado haciendo también es el estudio de corrientes y de diferentes aspectos oceanográficos a cargo del investigador de la Universidad Nacional, Sergio Cambronero.
Okay, they're starting to come in.
Y todo lo que sucede aquí es bastante importante porque en algún momento del año todas estas corrientes permiten la entrada de dorados o de magimagis a las más cerca de las costas costarricenses.
Are they going away? Are they going to the very top of the okay.
Yeah, I think.
They're just going to the top of the
Yeah, I think that's good.
alright.
Yep.
Slowly keep it. What's the chin?
Number 2.
Alright.
Yep. There they are. Number 2.
Ujú.
Okay, we can stow the slurp. Actually, hold one moment. Are those squatty lobsters still here?
Yeah.
Can you move the hose a little bit?
Go to the right. Move to the right.
Yeah.
Stream.
Down to the bottom rock.
Right. Then this tiny little squat lobster right on the edge of that rock. We'll try to get that into the next chamber.
We'll try to collect the
I'll zoom
squat
in.
lobster.
We might try to
Before we do that, can we get the lasers on, please?
move it around as well.
Where are they?
There you go.
Ah,
There we go. Highlight, please.
estos láseres tienen unos 10 centímetros entre sí. Así que siempre los colocamos antes de tomar algunas imágenes.
Yeah, check out that little star over there. Just hold here for a second. Okay, let's try for that then.
Right. Suction is on, so if you make a run for it.
Esta expedición, además de la ciencia y las conexiones que nos ha permitido hacer a nivel científico, nos ha permitido apoyar esfuerzos de educación. En un par de horas vamos a tener una conexión en vivo desde el barco con colegios científicos de diferentes partes de Costa Rica.
This is chamber number 1, Miguel.
Así que es un esfuerzo importante que hemos estado haciendo para conectar con diferentes instituciones
Okay, now we can stow the hose.
y que personas desde tempranas edades empiecen a conocer la riqueza de nuestro país, no solo en la costa, sino también en nuestro mar profundo.
We just took an octopus out of it.
Yeah, like the flow's coming
Yeah.
straight out of it, yeah.
We saw like not 10 babies being born. If we had come like,
didn't even mess around there.
I wonder if we had come like a month later, we would have missed this.
They were like
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it'd be,
that would be interesting for December. See if they're. Last time you came also in July, right?
No, it was all in December.
All in
All
December?
the other expeditions were
Ah,
in
all right.
December.
Okay.
Okay, we'll pick up the timber.
mobile, they can get on that water column, they've got other good chances that have a chance.
Las otras expediciones que se han realizado aquí hace unos 10 años fueron en diciembre y en esos momentos los huevos parecían que no estaban bien desarrollados, por eso habían algunas dudas de si estos huevos eran viables o no. Así que va a ser muy interesante haber visto esto y luego volver nuevamente en diciembre y tener más información al respecto. So we don't have more waypoints for today. We will be exploring once we finish here. So hopefully we'll have some amazing findings today as well. Yesterday we found a chimera, which was really cool. We also found the skate nursery. There were no signs of venting there, so it remains a mystery for now why they pick as a specific area of the seamount.
Right into the hole where the venting is, where the octopus eggs were. And we can turn lasers off, please.
Okay, another temperature probe on the hole where the venting is coming out and the eggs were deployed. Vamos a realizar una medición de temperatura más, justo en el agujero donde está saliendo agua caliente y donde los huevos se habían colocado.
Donna, do you think there are more octopus here than 10 years ago? Donna, do you find there are more octopus at this site than we're seeing?
Yeah, she definitely put them right in.
Just curious if it'd be hotter since it's a less diffuse catchment.
So the max is 10.8. Yeah, you can go ahead and pull that out. Okay, and we can stow the temperature probe.
La temperatura máxima fue de 10.8.
First one we've seen.
It's the first, we are looking at shrimp just behind the SuBastian's arm. It's the first one we see today.
There you go. Down a little bit.
Really interesting that in the other places where we have venting, there are a lot of shrimps all the time. Estamos viendo un camarón en la parte superior de la pantalla. Es el primero que vemos en este buceo, en este sitio, y nos parece muy interesante, ya que, como les comentaba hace poco, en los otros sitios donde vemos flujos de agua caliente, solemos ver muchos camarones, y en este sitio es el primero que observamos.
We're going to grab one of the squeezers in the back row. Right before you porch in.
Ahora lo que falta por hacer en este sitio, donde recolectamos al pulpo hembra y sus huevos, es tomar una muestra de agua. Para eso utilizamos estas, en inglés se llaman squeezers, son básicamente jeringas que nos permiten tomar agua en sitios específicos de estas profundidades. SuBastian está equipado con una serie de instrumentos, incluyendo botellas Niskin, que nos permiten cerrar agua en lugares que queramos. Sin embargo, obviamente no podemos, estas jeringas nos permiten tomar agua de lugares más poco accesibles por el robot como tal. Más temprano también colocamos un sensor de temperatura que va a estar aquí hasta diciembre y que nos va a permitir tener una serie de datos temporal mayor y entender qué tanto varía estos flujos de agua caliente en el tiempo. Toda la exploración de estos ambientes profundos ha sido muy emocionante. A nivel personal me ha llenado de muchísima motivación
Yep.
para seguir trabajando, seguir aprendiendo de estos lugares.
Then are you gonna put the arm away, or you want me to
Y realmente
just go follow
espero que más costarricenses, más
Okay.
latinoamericanas,
You ready, Chris?
nos empoderemos de todos estos ambientes de profundidad, ya que realmente nos pertenecen a todos y a todas, y hay muchas cosas sucediendo sobre las cuales tenemos que informarnos. Ejemplos de eso son la pesca, la minería, muchos temas que no deberían pasar desapercibidos solo porque no podemos verlos.
Misfire.
Didn't even, it was weird. But it didn't touch it. From the angle.
Put it back, or you want to put it back?
What's that?
You want to put it back, or you
Yeah,
put
put
it
it on.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we log that sample, please?
Moving out.
The squeezer misfired. We will try another one.
We don't know yet. Yeah, can you twist it around so we can see the number on the other side? Number 9.
9.
That's confusing.
Tricky one. Esta muestra de agua no fue exitosa ya que se disparó antes de tiempo, así que vamos a probar con otra.
Yeah, it's a mixed sample. All right, we'll try the last one.
En este momento tenemos a 2 de los pilotos, cada uno controla uno de los brazos muy habilidosamente. Así que como ven, cada brazo tiene su forma y por lo tanto su utilidad en diferentes tareas. Y por eso a veces tienen que colaborar, es uno de los privilegios que tiene SuBastian de tener no uno sino 2 brazos con diferentes funciones, con muchas articulaciones, lo que les da una gran maniobrabilidad.
No.
Okay. Some
That's number
inspired.
5.
Sorry about that.
It happens.
So soon I will be passing the space to Dr. Diva Amon. For me, it has been a real pleasure to be able to show this
Miguel, can you put in
small
there
part
that the
of
notes
my
have
country.
It has some cloudiness to
Thank
it?
you all for joining
Yeah.
us
Like it probably
and
got some
helping
sediment in
us
it.
through the chat with questions, with information that you know. We are really excited about the opportunities that this expedition
Grab that and do it, or you go?
mean for us.
So we're just gonna grab it. Yeah, grab it.
You just want to porch out.
Hopefully you will join us again in December. A reminder that Falcor 2 will remain in the region for a while, so it will be a good opportunity to have information not only from Costa Rica but also from other parts of the Eastern Pacific.
So I think part of the problem is that both of the ones that misfired have the lanyard
Underneath.
around it, whereas the one that worked has the lanyard just on the hole.
Well, we'll do the whole one now. We grabbing a different one?
No, we're done.
Here today, right over you already.
Okay. Lamentablemente las muestras de agua no fueron posibles, ya que este tipo de jeringas dispararon antes de tiempo. Pronto voy a cederle mi espacio a la doctora Diva Amon. Ella es de Trinidad y Tobago, tiene muchísimo conocimiento y narraciones muy interesantes. Para mí, repito, ha sido un honor que nos hayan acompañado, que nos hayan seguido, que hayan compartido información de la expedición. Vamos a volver en diciembre. Y recordarles que el Falcor 2 con SuBastian va a quedarse en la región por algún tiempo. Van a estar explorando áreas de Galápagos, la dorsal del Pacífico Oriental y otros sitios del Pacífico Tropical Oriental antes de volver aquí en diciembre. Así que de verdad un honor, un privilegio haber estado acá. Así que muchas gracias. Voy a cederle mi espacio a Diva Amon. Pura vida. Hi, Diva.
How you doing?
I think it's like straight up, just the stuff that.
I'm not sure. Probably if you just hop up to see it.
What was the highest temperature you guys got?
11.3, wasn't it?
Woo!
Yeah, that was 2 hours. That was so 2 hours ago.
But I don't think anybody could have done it.
So you don't want to do anything else with fluid if we find other areas.
If we find other areas,
okay,
you can
fine.
T-probe, but
Yeah.
we're
Out of
not in
squeezers. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Dr. Diva Amon.
and I'm from the University of California, Santa Barbara, and Species, an NGO based in Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm joined on this science dive by Dr. Miguel Semedo from the University of Porto in Portugal. And we're on our last dive. So we have come to a part of Dorado Outcrop that we have not been to yet on this cruise, which is the northern end at Dorado Outcrop. And yeah, we did some tasks there earlier this morning, and now we are going to collect a rock, and then we're going to explore around this area.
So just a rock in this level, or right close to that?
Yeah, right where all of Gus's experiments are. It would be good to have a rock that we can process for microbiology. And we just sort of pick one up.
So the highest temperature recorded at this site ever was 12.3 in 2013, 2014. And today we didn't quite get to that at the sites we've tested, measured, but if we see others, we will for sure get some more readings.
If you haven't already, I'm sure you have.
Which of these wonderful rocks would you like?
The one that is, I would suggest the one that's just underneath the weight for the marker. That's nice and flat.
Right in the mix. Okay. Right in the mix. I don't think so. Yeah.
It's very precariously balanced.
Is that the center one right there?
That's the one I was thinking. Let's see what happens.
Nice.
So can we just go, I can help out.
Yeah.
They run the Egypt. Emergency generator test.
So it's this one right here, Scott. I don't know if you want me to bump up.
So we're going to try to get that rock with the serpulid tubes that you can see on it right in the center of the flow, the very black one.
Gotta give Scott a hard task for the last
Yeah, exactly.
You know, actually, maybe since this one was just laying there, maybe the other arm
Yeah.
tension with the
Yep.
tip there.
That's not a big
I
one.
feel like this claw is just gonna destroy it.
We could also just move the trap that's resting on it out of the way so you have a little bit of room. And then put it back once we can drop.
So with regard to the question about experiments, yes, all of the experiments that are being deployed during this expedition, they will be collected during the December one. So these are like the microbe ones that we're looking at right now, temperature probes, the pots that you may have seen to potentially for the octopus. All of those will be collected in December. having two cruises on this amazing ship has really been a huge privilege, not just because we get the chance to sail again in December, but we have had the opportunity to leave experiments on the seafloor, which we can come back to collect. And it's like we get a second shot at everything. So we're able to go back, spend 6 months analyzing whatever we've collected this time, and that can then help us to inform our questions and our tasks for the December cruise to make sure we are as efficient as possible. It's like we now will be armed with more information to be able to be even more effective. Woo! Wow, good sample.
Push it down a bit further. Your fault, yeah.
Thank you. So to confirm, we are just on exploration mode right now till the end of the dive.
Exactly. So we're at marker A,
Right.
which is kind of on a hill. If you fly back, you'll see that there's like corals.
I was gonna say, could it make sense to like drop down and then work our way back up? No.
Potentially.
Or go.
So you see how there's all these dots here?
Yep.
It's because there's like a spire. And
Okay.
we were like, surely there's going to be hot water up there. And then all the dots are cold because there's no hot water.
Okay. It's all pouring out.
It's
where
all
those
pouring
rods.
out around here. So there's lots of, you'll see octopus everywhere, right here, in little holes. So if you want to explore octopus and
A.
temperature, you could do that.
And then maybe we could go.
Yep.
Yeah. It's wider. Okay.
Looking at biology hasn't been done really at all here. So other than what Annie Hartwell did. So we don't have any data here for tater, is what I'm saying. So if we want to just look around and see what's here.
I'm just thinking about whether there's a more like strategic way to do it
Yeah.
or a structured way to do it. Like,
Did you say we were in exploration mode?
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a button for that?
Yeah. So if you look at their nav map, you see that little
Yeah, the like spike.
pop,
Yeah.
right? So that's the tallest feature. So one thing you could do is, for instance, like go around that, see
And
what's
then
on it.
like hug the the edge.
Yeah, around like 30,
around the
30,
hole.
60. Oh yeah, around that
Yeah,
part.
around the and then or like go that way.
360? Because if that's the case, it might be more efficient to kind of come around this way with the ship and then come back around this way.
Yeah.
Just due to the way that the ship has to sit into the current.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, you may want to go up and kind of over the crux this way, just because we're already in that position. And
Okay.
then we can swing around back.
And then I think we eventually would want to make our way. So let's do that and then make our way westward along the ridge, along the 3080.
here?
No, Sorry, yes, thank you. But after doing what you just suggested.
Yeah, so let's, maybe just come up and do this.
Yeah.
Around here.
Yeah, and then along the ridge.
But from our experience, most of the venting was right in this area. So if you want to do any more poking with that,
Yeah, so let's see. So let's do what you suggested around this little palm tree, and like especially on the right of the
cruise
yeah,
around kinda looking
exactly.
inside it, and then we'll come
See
around
venting
this way.
stuff, and then shoot right.
And did you want to summit right here as well?
I mean, we can for fun.
I don't know. What's
well,
the
yeah, I think maybe
say we
what
saw
Dina
it.
was suggesting coming this way, and then you can maybe summit on the way back over.
And then you said the ventic is like down.
So marker A.
Wait,
and
yeah,
B are
right
like
where we
in this
are.
area,
Exactly.
which was surprising to us that it wasn't up here. But it's a similar depth as the other sites. So, like if you want to do the like poke with Octopus, that could happen here. Could be on a different shift. It doesn't have to be on yours. But yeah, that's where we saw the most. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist elsewhere. Just that's where we saw the most of it, and put markers down. And then everything else is down here. And between here and there is that blocky, crusty stuff that we've seen on all the other seamounts. So we didn't find any
Wait, but
venting.
then there was clearly a lot of exploration in 2013, 2014 here, right?
Yeah. So it's not necessarily exploration like never seen before.
Yeah.
I can give you a graph of where all the Jason tracks were before. And it's more just exploration for us, like in terms of animals, things like that. Let me go.
I think
print
let's
out-
do no. I think it's okay. I think let's just do what we can obviously change at any time depending on what we see. But I think let's do what we just suggested, which is
This
like
area.
up here,
Come check
yeah,
it up here.
and then drop back down, and then work our way along.
And come up, and then
yeah.
when you guys want to go along the ridge, you want to kind of hug the edge of the ridge, or just right over the top here. We can kind of follow this.
I think let's follow the edge.
Like this,
Yeah,
and we can
exactly.
land here,
Because
yeah.
then that will put us into a good spot for Oda to get
Yep.
corals and all stuff like that along the ridge, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Probably
Does
some
that
sea
sound okay?
cucumbers on the
Exactly.
flat spot.
Does that sound okay with you guys?
Of course.
Great. Let's do it.
Oh yeah.
So we have completed all of our science objectives apart from exploring. We have not been at this point, this northern end on this cruise. So we're gonna have a little exploration around this area where most of the octopus are concentrated, and then head just north of that to see if we can see anything else. And then we're gonna head up to the northwest end of this feature along a ridge. So this is so we're gonna make sure to like come back to say goodbye to the octopus, but we are gonna be on the lookout just to get a feel for the area, especially since no one has been here in a decade. So we're moving up slope to the highest point on the northern end. And this is where they thought they would see the most fluid venting back in 2013, 2014, but it was not. The area of the most venting was where we just were, just sort of down the slope of this peak. And so up here we can expect lots of coral and filter feeders. Can we move slightly to the left bit, just so, or at least just so we get a better look at what's happening on the left. All these animals. Wow, a lot of marine snow here. Some pretty big corals benefiting from all this productivity. Oh, so Steph has just put up the map. Thank you, Steph. And so you can see we're just on the edge of this little sort of hill-like feature, and we're just going to explore around that before heading off along the green portion of a little downslope to the northwest edge. Wow, really big isidid, I want to say, bamboo coral. Wow, some really big corals up here. So as we approach these, if we could just flick on the lasers just to get a sense of the size of some of these big corals we're approaching. Because I mean, if you look at the base of this one, it's, wow, that's a really robust base. Like, this has been around for a very long time. Thank you. Yeah, so that base is about 10 centimeters across, and the whole animal is like well over a meter. Wow, lots of sponges here.
I think we're gonna skirt up into the saddle here. Up in this area. That's right, Eva, like right up in here.
Exact. Hold on, let me just texting Oda to see if she wants me some.
Up in this area.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. I think it also might be, I don't know whether it's possible to like hit the summit of this, but
You know what? Maybe we hit the summit first.
yeah,
Because we're already facing it, right?
sure. Wow, so much marine snow. You can see why there's just so much life here. Amazing big pillow structure. Oh, are those? Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Room for shares.
Wow, look at that group of Euplectella there. Big little bunch? Great, great, great talking this morning. A big bunch of these Euplectella glass sponges. Wow, and what's the stuff on the left? What is happening on this on the slope behind? The Seacombe is like sliding downhill. Oh, a dead sponge? Dead sponge. So this is the highest point. Yeah, so this is the highest point on this feature, this northern end of the feature. You can almost imagine it being extruded when, lava would have once been erupting. Doesn't look like there are any signs of venting, a lot of suspension feeders. The water is like generally quite shimmery. There must be some kind of like temperature gradient around here. Ooh, octopus! Dead ahead. We can take a closer look at that. A granulodon, yeah, granulodon. Granulodony or granulodon? Granulodony. There we go. Correct. Know my pronunciation. Granulodon. Whoa. Ooh, and a big pycnogonid. Wow, the pycnogonid's as big as the octopus down the hill. But yeah, let's see if we can get a closer look. You can see she's almost like her head is moving because there's so much happening up here, current-wise. Or maybe that's just from her breathing. Quick zoom. You think she's just hanging out, Janet? She or he?
So I think she's probably got
Eggs. Okay.
That's as excited as Ben letting it get because the dorsal mantle, which is the upside down part, is blanched. And it's like, whoa.
Oh, what does that mean?
All the color change they do.
Right.
It's either colored or blanched.
And so you think that's a reaction to us?
Oh yeah.
Right. Got ya. Got ya. Sponge. Sponge. Sponge masking as an octopus. Do you want to get a temperature read here, or are you okay? Happy?
Can we get a temperature reading?
Do you think that's possible, pilot? It's. I know we're kind of precariously perched. Yeah. If it
I'm
is,
thinking it's
don't
gonna
worry.
be cool,
Yeah.
but it'd be good to ground truth it.
I'll see if we can get over there.
A lot of current around here. I think it's a tunicate,
Okay.
but we can zoom in on it after. Let's do the T-probe, and then we can take a closer look at that.
What a nice place for her to sit. Look,
In-
promontory, good water flow, sheltered from any sediment coming down. She can look out over her
at the
vast
view.
roommate kingdom, queendom, whatever. And then we come.
So here we're not expecting to see any temperatures above background, which is about 1.8 degrees Celsius.
It really does seem that there's only that one species who likes to be warm, or tolerates being warm, maybe. And they love the fluid flow when they find it.
So we're about to like poking this.
Don't poke the octopus itself, just, yeah, some temperature around there. So while we're setting up for this temperature, we can see there's a lot of other animals around. A big polyplacophorus or chiton above, a primnoid to the right with some ophiuroids and crinoids on it, some sponges, a gastropod just below the octopus and some squat lobsters. 1.76, 1.90 was the max. So yeah, this seems very backgroundy. I mean, I think that's great. Yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah. Compare that to the what, 10?
Yeah.
that the previous
Thank you so
one looked
much.
at? That's amazing.
And then before we lift off, if you could just get a quick zoom at this. Yeah, tunicate. Tunicate. Okay. That's great. Thank you. Yeah, so you can see the in and out osculum or siphon of the tunicate. That's okay.
This is pretty much the summit.
Great. So
Just
then
over the side of it, so we'll kind of see
we'll work, yeah,
yeah, it's
down
the
that
side
way.
down there.
However best for you guys to get down from here. So there's not so much on the tippy top, and that might be because perhaps the air currents are actually too strong. So many of the corals and sponges really look for Goldilocks conditions. You know, they need currents, but not too strong currents, hard substrate. What else? I think those are kind of the two main things. At least down here in the depths. Wow, look at all these features. It's like toothpaste. Oh, left. Wait, was that where we were? No. Can we pop down here? Right there, below.
Oh, sorry.
It looks like she's in a little hole, like the one above. Like she's actually wedged herself into the hole. Yeah. Oh, and that hole has egg cement in it.
That's a Galathea, isn't it?
Yes, but then there's egg cement here. And
Excellent.
then, yeah, and the Galatheid. And then she's in a similar hole.
That's like the internet sensation where the big dog bed, a big dog, and a cat sitting in the middle of the dog bed while the dog just lays on the floor and looks sad.
How how tough would it be to get a temperature measurement in the top hole?
You could reach here. I think you can reach about I've got a good perch here, but on the top here, I might not perch. You think you can reach up there? A lot of kind of sliding up this slope here.
It's like little potholes, and she's literally in the pothole.
Is that all? No, that was the ram. That was the ram, man. Yeah. Kind of just perch right on there. I can try to find it.
If you can't get into the top one, then maybe I just don't want to disturb her too much. Whether we could get the T probe like underneath her, but
Oh yeah.
2, 5, 2, 6. Okay, so definitely. So do we think that was a successful brooding area, and there was given all the cement
Yeah.
that like they did their thing? She did her thing. Babies hatched. Everybody went home. 3.22. Everybody went
They
home except
definitely
Bomb.
could take that temperature. Assuming oxygen is halfway. Could we zoom in on that egg cement when y'all get a chance?
On what, sir?
On this green egg cement here, please.
Because there's white things. Now, if those are egg stalks, it implies either there's no scavenging or it's really fresh.
And all the stolonifera around, beautiful.
3.96 was the highest.
And I mean, look at the amount of current. They're like full on blowing. So you're saying these white beds? That's where you're saying that? No, that's
I
not
was
what you're
thinking
saying.
that
There
would
might be,
stalks hanging
yes,
out of it.
but not.
I don't know with the white stuff mixed in.
It looks almost like guano. No, that one. Yeah. maybe just before we lift off, whether we could get a peek into the hole to see whether there's like a baby hole at the bottom.
Sure.
But it's just amazing how she's wedged herself into that little hole.
And it looks so exposed.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got the camera?
I do. Oh. Ooh. Oh yeah, there we go. There's your hole. 2 holes. Oh, and lots of egg cement all around. Yeah. Okay, that's we got. I feel like we got what we needed. They really do find all the little spots. Thank you, pilots. That was great.
Let's get in that position.
I wonder what the process would be for one of those forming. Like, why have that little divot when the lava's cooling? Was there a rock which it cooled around and then the rock fell out? Oh, big relicanthus.
Alright, I'm gonna just fly into open water and just kind of drop that.
Sure.
Let me just
Sounds great. Is the current quite strong here?
yeah,
Do we have an ADCP on?
not for that.
Okay. Yeah, there was a lot of movement in the water.
That's gonna fly. I'll just get down to the bottom of the head and then I'll get into that position.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, can we zoom on? Wow, they're just everywhere. Okay, can we get a quick zoom with this guy?
It's the robustus-like species, the Dorado dominant species.
Do we think this is a boy?
Maybe
Male?
looking for that female.
Ooh, there's a fish down there. Can you see the arm? Oh, yeah. 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 Okay, great. Thank you.
I think we go ahead and pass on this one. I mean, he's just out for a walk. Maybe these 2 individuals just were looking for the big body and got sidetracked on this little adjacent pinnacle.
Alright, now just work our way back down to the saddle there.
Oh, some old coral skeletons here. This looks significantly more sheltered than where we were before, though still good current whipping by. I'm surprised how many octopus were around that summit. Okay, so we're off the very tippy top of the feature, and we're gonna have a little mosey around. A lot of sedimentation here. Looks like a very big dead sponge ahead. So there's a question around whether we notice any coral growth between trips. That is something that's been done before in deep sea research, where scientists are lucky to go back to the same places over and over. They are able to do that, but for instance, on this expedition, this is only really the second period or the third trip to third expedition to the site. The last ones were in 2013 and 2014, and they were essentially doing geology. So there wasn't a big focus on biology, and so that wasn't done. So we could go back to that old video and try to find same individuals, but this is such a huge feature that it might be challenging to do that and be sure about it. But again, because deep sea exploration is still so limited, deep sea exploration and research, we often do not get the opportunity to revisit places over and over and over again for the large majority.
So this is me kind of exploring up in the saddle there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you want to.
What do you think is that nip around go back down around that way?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to. I mean, yeah, 'cause I think we want to go back to this.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
I think what I'll do is
Like you could like go like
I'll do like a little
loop-de-loop.
something like this and come back.
Yeah,
Here,
exactly.
And we'll
And we'll go over
the
the,
this edge if you
or I'd say actually say let's drop a little bit further. Let's
want.
go,
Down here.
yeah, so we can skirt to the right, left, right. What is wrong with me saying?
Come around
To
in
the
here.
right, not that far, to just to the right of waypoint 1, so in between sort of the yellow and pink markers,
Right
so that we can fly over the octopus, the high density octopus areas again.
Okay.
That might give us a feel for numbers, and then we can head over the ridge. Please.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. I'll start swimming away and I'll probably line up the channel up by. Somewhere down here.
Here on the bridge, we got an updated waypoint for you, back to the south.
Great waypoint, thank you. I'll head there now.
Oh, look at this little coral garden up here. Coral and sponge garden, I should say. A lot of sedimentation, whoa. But still some black corals and octocorals peeking out. Some big bamboo corals. Sponges in between. Lots of nooks and crannies for smaller animals to live in. Oh yeah. Can we take a look at this little buddy here, please? What do we think, Janet?
It's like the one at Dorado, Desert Stricto. It's got arm tip damage to both of the second arm hair, which is on.
Meaning it's missing the edge, the end?
Right, see how it's truncated there, right over the mountain?
Oh wow, you have really good eyes. Yes, I do see that now.
And that other arm too.
There are some like little holes around. So do you think she, they, them are brooding?
I don't think so, because you wouldn't be brooding eggs underneath them
Right.
without fluid flow of some kind.
Okay.
They're just sitting there resting, maybe.
Nice. Okay. Great.
Maybe it's looking for a place to brood. That mantle is really broad.
And so are you saying that we just haven't had a look at the tentacle that would be the arm that would be the modified one, or
Yes.
they have that one hidden?
Yeah, we're looking at the animal's left side, And the sexually dimorphic one is on the right side.
But I think like that potentially could be it, but we just can't.
I think that's the second arm.
Where do you count from?
The
Like
line of
clockwise?
symmetry,
Okay,
mid-sagittal.
got ya.
And then there's the dorsal ones, and the second, and the third, and the fourth. They typically use the third and the fourth to walk with,
Okay.
and the first and second to grasp things. Now just wait, we'll see eggs and make me a total liar. I'll get you, boy.
Oh, it is moving for us.
Maybe.
Oh,
they
is this
found
like
something to eat.
defensive? What's this? Making itself bigger?
Stretching it right now.
Yeah, waking up, stretching, making itself bigger.
There's the arm just coming into view, or not.
This one, right? Yeah. But this is a moose octopus, for
Right.
like the ones we've seen brooding. You think?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
see how broad the head is and
Mhm,
how broad
very
the
broad.
middle is?
Mm-hmm.
The ones we've been fortunate enough to collect the last couple days have been more typical moose octopus, more
Shape.
spelt.
Okay.
These guys are chunky,
Chunky
big
boys.
heads,
Yeah.
big eyes. It's massive. That's why the species they're most similar to, or could be conspecific with, his name is robustus.
That head does look very big.
He doesn't fit in any little rock crevices.
No,
that's
like
for
that
sure.
neat little one we saw at the top of the top of the hill. Okay, doesn't look like we're gonna get a good look at
No.
if there are any eggs under there, but we suspect not. We can move along. Thank you. So Janet, you're postulating that during this trip we've seen how many different species? 5. So 2 moose octopus, 3 moose octopus, 1 granelidon,
And then
Granelidone. and then the 1 Jabatella, whatever it is. Yeah. Okay, so to answer the question about how many species that Janet suspects there are, Dr. Janet Voigt suspects there are, potentially 3 different moose octopus species. And you think those out of those 3, how many do you think have been brooding? Sorry, of the moose octopus. That's right. So, Dr. Janet hypothesizes that there have been 5 octopus species: 3 moose octopus, 1 granelidone, and 1 of the midwater species. And of the 3 moose octopus, she suspects all have been brooding. And then we've obviously also seen the granelidone. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. Granelidone we've also seen that brooding as well. The association with water is perhaps where things may get more complicated. Sorry, low temperature fluid is what I should say. But all of this will be confirmed once there's more in-depth analysis of the samples that are in hand. There will need to be in-depth morphological studies done, DNA taken, which has already happened, be analyzed for to look at its molecular makeup. And those two things combined will then be used to really look at that picture of how many species there are. So sedimented on here. What's this thing? Can we have a look at whatever this is quickly? Could be nothing. Piece of wood. Can we get a closer look at this? Yeah, can we? Okay, can we sit down? Is that possible?
The last dive always has special gifts.
So this is definitely a piece of wood. So because the deep sea is generally quite food limited, when there are these larger parcels of food that come from the surface waters, like pieces of wood or dead animals like whales, they result in this, huge deposition of carbon to the seafloor, and it results in this essentially unique communities that come to eat the carbon, whether whale tissue or pieces or wood. And so here you can see this piece of wood is absolutely, we're going to collect this, please. How big is it?
It'll fit in the buy box.
Yeah. So let's definitely collect this. Yeah, let's get the layers. Perfect. Oh yeah, that's a good size. Great. So you can see here this piece of wood. Ooh, let's get a closer look. So there's definitely some sea stars. No, maybe not sea star. I was going to say, are they Caemenostella, this one? But actually, looking at them now, I don't think they are. No, no, I think it's Caemenostella. I don't think it's Xyloplex.
It could be Xyloplex. It looks pretty circular.
But then there's also lots of calcareous tubes coming out. A few different species of gastropods.
And limpet?
Yeah, limpet right here. Some little polychaetes.
Let's take a look at the white tubes.
They look like Xylurido, no?
They do.
Oh, this is exciting.
And there's a Dilwinia gastropod.
This one.
Those are Xyloplex. Do you know about Xyloplex, Diva?
I do know about, well, thankfully, no, you tell them the story, because so my PhD, some of it was focused on wood voles, and Janet is an expert in these wood-boring mollusks. During my PhD, I only worked on Xylophaga, which do not create these calcareous tubes, but Janet has. So she's going to tell us a story while we collect this specimen. So if possible, we'd like to collect this, put it into a bio box. We're just going to try to get as many different animals on it. So like very gentle collection, essentially, so little things don't fall off if possible. Janet's going to tell us a story.
Please sit down, tell a story.
All right, story time.
Wait, so I'm handing over. First, I'm going to hand over to Dr. Janet Boyd, who's going to tell us about Xyloplex. And then we're going to hand over to Dr. Rachel Lauer for the next hour from the University of Calgary, who's going to lead you along. So it's been a pleasure, and let's enjoy the rest of the dive.
All right, thank you, Diva. Engaging as always. Anyway, these little round dots on this piece of wood, I think, are the echinoderm Xyloplex, which was first discovered in 1986, and its shape was just like an echinoderm known only from Paleozoic fossils, like 300 million years ago. So everybody got all excited, and they found another species in the Caribbean. This had been found by New Zealanders. And nobody found anything until one was discovered on a wood deployment in the North Pacific that I had put down. Never been so happy on a cruise. I had tears in my eyes, but that was it. We preserved this enigmatic living fossil in DNA-friendly media, sequenced it. Turns out it's a basal sea star or asteroid. So anyway, it'll be cool, really cool, to get this sequenced and see how does a species, a group that lives only on sunken wood, range across the Pacific Ocean. We did that collection about 42 degrees north, and here we are 9 north, and we can find out all sorts of fun stuff. So, living fossil, not so much. And here is our geophysicist, oh, she's getting cribbed, to lead you for the next hour of the dive. Woodfalls are a lot different than octopods, and that's what's fun for me about them, because octopods are pretty predictable and go in the same way, and woodfalls are random, stochastic. You never know when you might find one, although 9 times out of 10, 99 out of 100 you don't. So this is so special. Cool, guys. So that was the story of South America.
All right, thank you. What do you want this? That's awesome.
In one of the bio boxes it can fit in, please.
Oh, can I go in the rock pile?
Is the rock bio box open?
One has rock.
Maybe one B has a rock.
One has a rock in it. But yeah, we could go in there. I think it was one.
Wait, hold on. No. Is the rock box open to the elements? Does it have
Yes.
a lid?
No.
No. Then we do not want it in a rock box.
Yeah.
We want it in a sealed bio box because of all the little animals on it. Or
Stuff the handles pushing on me.
Yeah, I can see it. It's, we're gonna let it.
do you think it would fit into 3? Or not?
With the way that he has it with this arm, it might be a challenge.
Okay, well then let's put it here. It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I saw it, Steph. It's okay.
Outside of black, silently go.
All right.
On various ones. My brain just doesn't work in the morning anymore.
Before noon, it's tough.
Yay!
Yeah, now it's off. Hello.
Hi. How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Hello. All right, so we just had story time with Dr. Janet Voigt about our last sample and some of its residents. And Wendy Matamoras Calderon is joining us in the note-taking position, also as the resident biologist, because we all know I am not a biologist. All right, so we are near the top of the outcrop. We are finishing up sort of a little bit of exploration in this highest point. And again, we're on Dorado Outcrop. We've started and ended this expedition on this outcrop. This is the last dive of this expedition, so things are getting a little silly here in the control room.
I figured you knew about your daughter. Your daughter's not any better. need to get the name of this off you later so I can. I've never heard it before. It's like a G. Huh.
What's it called?
Wolf? What's it called? Wolf? Great Wolf Lodge. Great Wolf Lodge. So
Not in
kids
Canada.
gotta get a one, too. You can get a one. We were about to do a quick flyby of the number 8.
Okay.
I think I said it up my head there.
All right, so this is Dr. Rachel Lauer from the University of Calgary on our last dive. We are starting or ending the expedition in the same place we started it, but we're actually focused on a different part of Dorado that we visited in 2013 and 14. These were the sites of venting fluids. They were left with markers A and B. We've today earlier deployed a temperature logger, and you can see some experiments. So we're doing a little flyby of marker A before we resume exploration of the ridge along this outcrop. So this was the focus of 2 previous expeditions in 2013 and 2014. In 2013, we were basically mowing the lawn with an ROV looking for sites of venting fluid. Based on sort of back-of-the-envelope calculations and preliminary modeling, it was suggested that this was a site of massive hydrothermal discharge. And in the process of going back and forth over this seamount, actually, was Scott part of that? Were you part of the Dorado expedition?
In 2013?
Yeah. No.
That was the one cruise I think I did go on.
Okay.
That year,
Okay.
those years.
Yeah.
I did almost every cruise those 2 years. But
Yeah, but not that.
For whatever reason.
Okay.
I missed out on it.
So my experiences with Scott, he's worked with us on other expeditions. Incredible pilot. I was just asking if he was part of those. So in 2013 and 2014, it was with Jason, Woods Hole submersible. And again, we were looking for what we thought was an equivalent of a geyser in terms of flow rates. And what we found through the course of that was obviously the focus of this expedition, just hundreds of octopus lining these cracks with their eggs and in brooding position, which led to sort of the planning for this cruise in particular. And 2014, we came back, were able to deploy thermistors and other experiments at the seafloor in 2013, and come back and recover them in 2014, that time using the Alvin submersible. So we had to divide our time between ROV and HOV, human occupied vehicle, but we're able to get some really interesting time series data and experimental data that have been since published, and sort of provided the seed data for this expedition. We also did a ton of heat flow on those expeditions, both leading up to and on top of this seamount, as well as really detailed bathymetry mapping that allowed us to identify a lot of the structure and geology that appears to be sort of controlling where fluid is escaping on this seamount, not seamount, outcrop. For me, the most exciting part of this cruise, as someone who spent 2 years of their life conducting numerical simulations of hydrothermal circulation, trying to understand the plumbing of these systems and how they move fluids around and heat and create an optimum environment for apparently brooding octopus. I think having the heat flow guide some of the discoveries is really cool. The fact that the underlying physics is instrumental in the biology and the communities that we're studying here. I think. Oh yeah, let's get temp if we could behind her. Yep. We're gonna get a little temperature probe behind this brooding octopus. And the other potentially, I mean, finding a new outcrop with warm fluids that is currently unnamed and at the edge of the study area was super exciting. I think our discoveries on Tango Said, the skate park, and the local venting through that, water going in the one outcrop, the big Tango Said, and coming out in that collapse feature was super cool. And deploying that temperature sensor in that big hole, I'm very excited to see what comes of that, what we find once we recover those instruments. And also we had an earthquake overnight in Costa Rica at the Trench. So this is 150 kilometers from a subduction zone, so a place where two plates are in contact with one another and often experience earthquakes as a result of strain buildup and release at the plate boundary. And I'm excited to see what the temperature loggers have sampled as a result of that earthquake because of the ground shaking and pressure distribution changes. I expect that we'll see something in the temperature loggers. So we're going to go in with the temperature probe and try and get a measurement behind her to see temperature of those shimmering fluids.
Janet, where do you want the temperature?
Slide it just,
Behind her?
Like,
yeah,
like down,
maybe toward the base.
down here?
Figure 5 feet up from
So like down here.
Yeah, that looks good. Give her a
Which one up is it?
That looks great to me.
2.6, 3.
Kind of scraping the rock as we go.
Oh, this is going way up.
Yeah.
Wow.
5.27, 5.7. Yeet!
Jeez.
That's a pretty good temperature.
Yeah.
She's got some hot realty there.
Hot real estate, yes. Oh, 9.81, 9.96. Oh, go for 10, go for 10. Yes, we have 10.
You willed it.
Even more.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see.
Do I see 11?
Do we see 11?
What's the record, Rich?
12, 12.3 I think is the highest.
Go, go.
Come on, 11. Yeah, so it makes sense that like smaller vents would be, 11, we have 11, would be able to achieve higher. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, an auctioneer right now. Yeah, these smaller vent sites are mixing less with seawater, so you have chances of, there we got 11 again. Of measuring higher temperatures, and she's cuddled right in there.
She got babies.
Yep.
She wouldn't be doing that.
No, she's hiding the babies. Huh?
11 degrees.
Yeah.
Man, that's like 9 degrees warmer than ambient.
Yep. Yeah, our bottom water temperature here
1.1.
is 1.86. 10.8. Hee 11.
11.1 is your.
Is it the high?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
see the bottom and the black.
Okay, yep, max 11.1. All right, she's extending an arm and letting us know she's not happy. Awesome. Again, we haven't been to this part of Dorado Outcrop on this expedition. Obviously, we were here to leave marker A and B in 2013 and 14, but we did find high temperature venting at this part of the outcrop. Not sure we measured this particular spot, but 11.1. Cool.
All good?
Yeah. Thanks, guys. That's awesome.
Do you want to drop a map marker here?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll call
A
it
waypoint.
11.1.
Call it 11.1.
I think that's the highest we found today.
11.1? Yeah, you can put maximum temperature, 11.1. And that'll record the location. Just say near site B. Yeah, because we're away. We're in between A and B. Yep.
Okay, moving along.
All right. Cool. Lots of sponges.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the only place that's venting on this little knoll. Will it be hotter than if there were multiple places venting?
Yeah. I mean, I think it depends on the plumbing of the system and how that fluid is partitioned as it makes ascent from where it's the warmest. If it, for example, I mean, it's also more buoyant as it's warm. So if we were to be all-knowing in where all the places were, we could potentially say something about that. Like, if there was only one exit point, then yeah, it would probably be warmer than if it was divided over a diffuse area. I think what we found in Dorado is we thought it was going to be one big spot, right?
Right.
And instead, it's more like the analogy is instead of a fire hose, it's a sprinkler, but the
Right.
same amount of fluids coming out over a much bigger area.
Metapod?
And it's also the length. So as it's making its ascent, if it takes a direct path, it would be warmer. But some of those paths along fractures are going to be more circuitous, and it would lose heat along the whole way. So the
Okay.
direct route would be the hottest spots, and
Which
the
is why, like, black smokers at hydrothermal vents
Yeah,
are
they're-
so hot.
yeah, because they're right above the source of the heat too, and the plate
it's
is so
direct.
hot. Yeah, well, and black smokers, there's no sediment, so the bottom water is going into the crust that is super hot and coming out very nearby. So it doesn't take long to get to those temperatures. What was that?
Maybe an octopod.
Oh, an
That's it.
octopod? Okay,
He was hiding behind a bar.
he was hiding from us.
That kind of makes sense. I'll have to think about it.
Yeah, so it loses heat during its ascent, and how that heat gets lost is a function of travel time and how long it's in contact with what temperature rock, and also the thermal conductivity of the rock itself.
So it's like when you turn on the shower in the
Yeah,
morning and
the cold-
nobody's used the hot water
It's cold.
for a long time.
Yeah, because it's warming up. Exactly. And then once it's warmed up its path, we're getting a
Yeah.
more consistent temperature.
That makes sense.
Tenemos, bueno, Gustavo desde México. Como decíamos, tenemos un equipo internacional. Gwendolyn está ahorita ayudando a tomar notas. Tenemos un sistema de anotación. Ella es de la Universidad de Costa Rica también. Rachel es una biofísica.
So are we heading, we're kind of going along the ridge?
Yeah, so the plan
Okay.
is just we're going to kind of come down just on the edge here.
Yep.
Just here.
Cool.
Kind of cruise down, I think, as up and down.
Nice. Awesome.
Just kind of skirt along.
Yep.
Kind of,
See what we see.
yeah, I'm just coming down the slope here. If I flash it in the deep water, we don't get a good picture. So we're going to crab down it.
Yep. Awesome.
de cámaras, ellos son parte del Schmidt Ocean Institute, del staff, entonces ellos constantemente están acá en el barco y ya están entrenados, entonces ellos le facilitan la labor a los diferentes grupos científicos como nosotros, pues que venimos y pues, ahorita nosotros terminamos la expedición y dentro de pocas semanas va a haber otra que estar, entonces pues, de verdad que es
Yeah, so we're now sort of heading around, following this ridge along the side of the outcrop. This is exploration mode, so we're not currently focused on anything except potentially looking for more sites of shimmering water. If we find those, collecting a temperature measurement, seeing what the peak temperature is. Jen and I were just discussing the hydrogeology of these systems, and as suggested in the chat, hydrogeology is pretty complicated, and it involves understanding things that you cannot see directly, which is always a challenge, and the same challenge is present on land. Obviously, it's a bit harder to do work at the seafloor than it is on land for many reasons, and these temperature measurements of fluid temperatures exiting the seamount actually provide really important constraints on our understanding of this system, especially for people like me who like to model and use math and equations to simulate the sub-seafloor conditions. These are beautiful corals. Yeah, so we haven't been to this spot since 2014. 9 years. Oh, there's an octopus. Yeah. Yeah. On the right there. Yep. Maybe not. Or is it a sponge? It's a spongy. It's not a. I see octopus everywhere now. They do, exactly. They're connected. Yes. Yeah, we're sort of coming around, heading towards an outcrop on a ridge, or part of the outcrop that's going to require us to make a right around this system to stay at this elevation. Spongeopus, yes, exactly. That was. Oh, there's a little fish. Yep. Rat tail fish? What's under there? No. There's a lot more sediment here.
Hey, on the bridge, got an updated waypoint for you.
Yep, you can see the little inset where we are on Dorado. We were exploring that little outcrop on the outcrop behind us, and are now heading along the ridge.
Let's get a check.
A little sea cucumber.
Yeah, so that's definitely that's down there.
Yeah, so the comment about heat flow probe, yeah, the littler probes are great for doing ROV work or even HOV work in a deep submersible that has similar manipulators. It allows us to get 5 thermistor measurements, so 5 temperature measurements as a function of depth. We have compared these measurements to the much larger probe measurements over the side. They are consistent. It's obviously, you know, bigger is sometimes better in this case when you have more measurements over the course of a depth profile. But certainly these are easily deployable, used in a different setting. So they sort of have a different purpose. We just acquired a 6-meter probe that we're going to be using on the west coast of Canada, near Haida Gwaii and adjacent to the Queen Charlotte Fault. So we're going to be testing the new probe in October on a Canadian research vessel. And it's nice to have a combination of both tools to be able to use regardless of what type of ship and what type of means you're using to explore. The over-the-side tools are generally used in what's called a pogo method, where you take a measurement, pull up, reposition the ship, do another measurement, and just keep going along a profile. Certainly something we could do on this ship. It would be far less interesting for viewers for obvious reasons.
What ship would be on?
Yeah, and we know now, oh, there's something, oh no, that's, never mind. It's a lot of current here. Wow, that's cool. What kind is that? Anemone? Which one? Anemone? I can't say that word. Still, after 3 weeks.
Rachel, what boat will it be on in Haida Gwaii?
The Tully? Yep. My last cruise on the Tully, what's his last cruise before its midlife refit, and it was rough. Like every surface was very different. It's now been refitted and rejuvenated. So we are looking at everything here. Some black coral, sponges, bamboo coral, sea pens. Fortunately, Wendy is seated behind me to tell me what we're looking at. What is this one? Not now. Thank you. Oh yeah, can we zoom in on this guy right in front of us? I'm not going to pretend to pronounce that, but there's been a request for a closer look. It's a black coral. And I'm wrong again, it's a black coral. And a zoom in. Wow. So Wendy Matamoros Calderon is studying black corals for her. Wow, cool. Oh, okay, for her master's. And this has been an incredible opportunity for her to collect samples and visualize these in their habitat at the seafloor. Whoa. Okay, do we want a sample? No? No? Just some glamour shots? No, no, but yes, right. I get it. Oh my god, this is so cool.
Seize the moment.
Okay, okay. We're gonna take a little sample of this beautiful black coral. Wow. Nice work on the backlighting here.
Just lay it on the floor. Yeah, or just jammed in the porch out of it. Oh, jeez.
Okay. Just gonna put that right there.
So this is the first coral collection. As far as I know, everything's open.
Yeah, I think is everything available right now? Coral quivers? Yep. So from the top or side? Top. Top. Okay. Yep. All right, so she's like about this much from the top.
Okay. Say when.
Wendy, say, is that good?
This
Yep,
much?
that's good. Oh.
They're not meshing right, or it's just not cutting yet.
Hmm.
Well, poke it with the other arm maybe.
It's like the teeth aren't coming together.
Yeah, bottom up there, and then, yeah, they're just not cutting.
Oda? No? Should we hold off for a minute?
Yeah, maybe,
You can take it, but down there, not just that piece that you catch, a little bit more,
A
maybe.
little bit more?
Yeah,
Okay.
because you said that is something that
that would probably have to go in a bio box then.
is supposed
If it's
to be.
big bio box?
Like if we took it down, like you want to snip it from the kind of the T intersection.
Oh,
From the
how
line?
much? How much further down? Where you?
Yes, it could fit.
Here.
If you take like 20 centimeters, maybe.
Yeah, looks like
You were taking less than that, no?
yeah, looks like if we have to do it quite low, but then it's going to be really large, won't fit in the quiver.
It won't fit in the quiver.
Okay, the piece you know that can fit in the quiver.
Okay. Whatever will fit in the quiver.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's having a hard time snipping it. It sounds like it's.
Okay.
It's not meshing. Yeah. What do you think?
If you do that, maybe you will take the whole thing.
Which we don't want to do, right?
No.
Okay.
Should we leave it?
Wendy. Si eso lo arrancas en una cartón.
Some discussion about whether or not to leave it. Yeah, the jaws are not merging in the way you want them to. No?
That's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
This is really tough.
Is it possible that one of the arms
There is no way to do it. digital too,
Yeah.
but if you can take just one picture, it will be fine.
Yeah.
They say that they cannot.
Maybe it's like sitting right in here and then it's preventing it. You know, like you're
They are
switching.
trying.
Yeah. Got enough resistance minutes. They're checking out the. Yeah, I was like, smart on stuff. Oh, yeah. That's the problem there, right now. Yeah, maybe.
Okay, the objective is to take a top part of this if we can. The pilots were looking at the coral cutting tool. No. Oh God, yeah. So maybe we should leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I don't think they can cut it, so we'll leave it. Yep. Okay.
It's like this. So
Yeah.
we cannot put it anywhere.
No.
If we can catch it complete and we have a big thing to follow, it would be nice, but if not,
Yeah.
it's just money. Maybe this is some amount that is bigger, maybe it's better attached. So you
Yeah.
can
It's actually they picked up the rock.
or a smaller one that you can
Yeah.
deposit.
Yeah. Is it a new species? Is that
No, she thinks that it's something used different because
okay? Yeah.
that's what I'm So I want to let her to decide about it.
All right, now pass it on. Ready? Yeah. Broke her. Weird, it's casting me off, but I'm Kermit to the left. Moving along.
The nice sponge. Beautiful.
That's a previous sample spot. Yeah. Now you can see fall over in the background.
Where? Oh, we did? Okay. Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. Look at him. Do we know what kind? No. There's a snail that Janet's eagle eye spotted just below us. About 3 centimeters across, probably. Yeah.
I think what I'll do is I'll just sneak past him a bit. Maybe we can slide him a little bit north. It looks like he's changing heading. So I don't really know the position I'm in, but he was facing due west before he was kind of southwest.
Mm-hmm. No, really no spots here that look like potential venting sites. Everything's pretty evenly sedimented. Some sponges on the horizon.
sure the other targets would have kind of reached that.
Yeah. I think the idea, let's see. Yeah, is to head out. How far are we from waypoint 1?
We are. So it's got me measurement from waypoint 1. Yes. Oh, up to 50-ish.
Yeah, okay. Yep, so it's exploration mode at this point.
247.
And we did an octopus collection earlier this morning. If you're looking at the cross section out there, we were looking at point like A and B, which were markers from 2013 and 2014, and kind of did a fly over them after looking for vents and poking, and found a maximum temperature of 11 point something in one of the vents with an octopus tucked into it.
Yeah.
Now we're in exploration mode, and I think the objective initially was to just kind of continue exploring the north extent of this, because we hadn't been here on this expedition. But I'm going to check with Beth to see if we should wrap around at the same elevation or stay on top, or the back side of this is also not as well explored, but also when we did with the submersible, we didn't find any venting.
Right.
So I'm gonna go check with her and see what she thinks.
But we were up on top of this like mound.
Yep, that exactly. There's that.
Where the waypoint.
The little outcrop on the outcrop.
Yeah.
That's where we were,
Okay.
and that's where some of the highest temperature measurements were made in the past, and they similar order of magnitude now. I think, yeah, we got almost as high.
Cool. And is there, if we see another octopus, it's good to collect?
I don't.
Suggestion?
I would ask the expert. So it is very sad that this will be. Oh, what is that little guy? Hold on. Can we zoom in on this thingy, or that? Both.
Is that in the water column?
Yeah. There you go. Did it brighten up a little bit? Yeah.
Sneak around it to this.
Huh.
Settle around the sponge.
Yeah.
When I'll land out, we'll have a real close look at it.
Cool.
It's attached.
Oh, it is attached. I didn't see the stalk.
I
Yeah.
didn't either. I thought it was.
I thought it was just floating. It's like, that's wild.
Oh yeah. Okay. So, that's why we didn't see it.
Yep. Cool. All right, I'll ask her. Yep. So yeah, we've to be honest, the objectives have all been we're kind of at
Just
explore.
wander around and
Yeah.
see what you see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this is a good guide for like where we saw high temperatures before, and venting. Any temperature probe was stuck into shimmering water. So that, obviously it's all over the outcrop, but things that are in the region of, what's this? White is pillow basalts, and then the measurements are colored based on bottom water at blue, and then red is up to like 1.2 watts, so really high heat flow and really high temperature measurements at up to like, what is it, 12.5 I think was the highest.
Yeah.
So I will ask, Rachel Lauer from the University of Calgary is signing off, and it's great to be part of this cruise in general, and hopefully I'll be back on this ship at some point. And I'm going to turn it over to Emily Cowell from Temple University, and she's going to be with you for the next hour.
Thanks.
I'll be back.
Hi everyone. Cool. So are we currently just like following the sort of contours around, or?
Yes. objective was to follow this kind of ridge line down.
Uh-huh.
And I think we'll start creeping back up this kind of trajectory back to the north, but
Yeah.
that might be a question for Beth. just
Yeah,
to
I
confirm.
think Rachel was going to go and ask.
Okay. And then
Sounds
maybe
good.
we'll just get him moving a little bit. Maybe we'll get him moving a little to the northeast there. Yeah, just puts them in a better position because I don't think we're going to go any further south to the west.
Range updated position.
Copy that.
Okay. Oh. So for anyone just joining us, we're doing a 16-hour dive on Dorado Outcrop. Wait. Oh. Oh, yeah. So. Oh, yeah. Nice.
Number 2?
Yeah, 2. I was just about to say a site where we found octopus in the past. There might be, it's hard to tell, but there also might be a one right in the background. Can't tell. There's something behind this coral.
You want to use the probe, Janet?
Here, turn on the lasers, please. Oh, temperature probe? Yeah.
Yeah?
I think it's just hanging out in a cool spot.
Mm-hmm. Does this look like it's maybe one of the males? Do they look like maybe the males? The larger males?
Could be.
Yeah.
I can't tell right now. It doesn't look like shimmer flow, does it?
No, that octopus also looks kind of sad.
Yeah. Looks like
The
it's...
approach would be in 10.
It's cowering.
Really?
Are you, where do you wanna?
It's cowering.
Where do you wanna poke this Janet?
I would say just in that little cleft on the brain.
Oh, no, Wendy. Just
Get it close to the face.
I think she's looking in action for a second.
Yeah.
So we found a couple of octopus here. This doesn't, at first glance, look like a site that is venting. We don't see any shimmering flow or that dark rock where the sediment's been blown away. But out of interest, we're just using the high temperature probe right now, putting it close to where these two octopus are, to see if we do register any increases in temperature.
Underneath here, underneath that tentacle, Janet?
Yeah, underneath, kind of in that little crack. See if it reacts. Yeah, it's sitting in a funny way. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's really any temperature peaks right here.
Anything?
1.9.
1.9.
Just slightly around there, not much.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, it's angered.
It does. Once you hit it, it captures the time of the start. So.
Wow. Are we able to move the temperature probe out of frame for a second? Just to get some... Yeah, maybe. Thank you. Just to get some nice video highlights.
Yeah, what do you make of this? Like, it's almost like they evolved this extra skin for their.
No,
Have you ever seen anything like that?
not with wrinkles that go around the margin of the web.
Yeah.
You've not seen that before?
Well, I think like we've seen them in this brooding position, and they have all that skin between their arms that's helping whatever it's doing. But when they're not brooding, this is what they look like. It's just wild.
Yeah. It's strange.
Nice image.
Yeah.
Shall we go over and see the other one that's like at about 1 o'clock?
Yeah.
Unless I'm left.
It's definitely squaring up to us. Going to have a look at the other octopus as well. No, almost looks like a really defensive posture, which I mean I don't blame it really.
Maybe she likes that spot.
Yeah. Found a couple of octopus. We do a quick frame grab with the lasers on. And I guess we could turn the lasers off to be able to.
Lasers off.
Have you got the frame
Yes,
grab with
please.
them on? Yeah, then yes, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. That's just the laser. Yeah, they're just. I did for the first one. I haven't done it for this. So. No. Because that's not it.
That just sounds like a scratchy itch.
Well, I think they also have like.
Yeah, shimmer.
Oh yeah, no shimmer.
Oh yeah, you're right.
All right, let's do this.
Cool. So temperature probe.
Just his or her right.
Mhm. So there looks, if you look to the kind of right of that octopus, there looks to be some shimmering flow coming out.
Well, not setting as well.
Mhm. And you can see potentially the kind of to the bottom right of this octopus, this darker area of rock, where it looks like the sediment has been sort of blown off the surface of the rocks. Another good indication. So we're going to see if there's a temperature peak right there. Oh yeah, we're definitely having the temperature going up right there.
All right, we got heat.
Yeah, we have heat. Doesn't look like it's as high as some of the other spots, but definitely higher than ambient. Oh. Yeah. So far on that, we've had a max temperature of 4.39. You want it?
Microbiology paper. I got a couple of alterations and then the microbiology reported from the marker and Dorado 12.7 degrees Celsius.
Try.
Aesthetically and thermically hot sites.
So we're like down here right now.
Right. Yeah.
4.54, I think.
I mean,
Just
Oh, yeah, that's what you're seeing right there, that's definitely better. You want to do that?
okay. So it's actually surprising that this temperature is higher.
You guys happy?
I'm happy. There's a hole, if you zoom that out, to the right and a bit above.
Where this dark rock is there.
Well, check it out, see if it goes in your arm.
Are you talking about this bit here?
The big hole, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll just probe this little gap here as well, because it does seem to be dark without the sediment, although it could, I guess, be the angle of the rock, maybe. It's always worth checking out, though.
It looks like the perfect spot.
You would think.
Nothing.
Yeah.
More ships area, more
I guess maybe that's a bit of an overhang. Maybe it just hasn't managed to have sediment settling on it particularly. I mean, it's slightly high. Oh, it is a little high. Look, yeah.
You're finding the spot.
Yeah. 2.64 was the highest I've seen on that bit there.
What was the temperature?
I think maybe 2.64 was the highest temperature for that bit.
2.64 is most I've seen.
Yeah.
Starting to feel like there's a
So maybe I could be like in next to
in temperature.
hole in the air.
I'm happy for here. What's next?
We'll just keep exploring, I think. I wasn't sure if I could see another octopus in the background behind a coral, but it also could have been a sponge. It was really far away, so maybe we can pan up and have a
Maybe I'll take a better look in this area.
Yeah.
We're obviously
Yeah.
finding
Yeah, I think a good idea. Yep, so since we're seeing some evidence, yeah, I think where I saw before was possibly over here, but I mean, there could be nothing. It could be a sponge, it was so far away. But it does seem like there's little, you know, kind of things in the background that might turn out to be octopus. Oh yeah, that's an octopus there, definitely. The way that one's posturing, that's going to be a cool video if it keeps doing that. Yeah. Quite a lot of galatheids, corals and sponges around here too. This octopus looks like it's on the move. This would be cool to get a video of it. Yeah, if we could get some really nice video of this guy while he's stretched out like that, that would be great. Well, I'm not good at using my camera, but I can give it a go. I always end up doing it the wrong way.
That's a male of the same species.
A male of the same species.
Previously, you wondered how I could tell sexes apart.
Mhm.
You see, right?
I mean, it definitely looks bigger. Oh, yeah, I see the
Third
little
right arm.
the little arm. Yeah,
The third right arm.
this
See
arm with the
tip?
Yeah.
That's the copulatory organ. That's what's inserted into the female. And they hold it very distinctively.
Because they pass spermatophores, don't they?
Right.
To the female.
Long sperm tubes.
Yeah.
The circles on the skin there.
I don't know what those white spots. Oh, there's white spots up here, and these are scars.
From
Why they're there,
previous-
how they get them, I don't know.
from other octopus, maybe.
Well, it
If
looks
it's a
like
male,
it.
yeah, 'cause
There's
this,
spots on the dorsal mantle. Too.
yeah, so it almost looks like tentacles, sort of like sucker marks.
But one sucker.
Yeah,
Which
which
is bizarre.
doesn't seem quite right.
And so in females, they wouldn't have that little nubbin on that arm. They would be cups all the way to the end.
Say again?
Saying in females, there would be the suckers would be all the way to the end of that arm.
Right.
Yeah.
And it'd be longer.
Mm-hmm.
Usually this arm, the modified arm, is short. It stops its development as it develops that specialized tip.
Right.
So there's fewer suckers, it's shorter, and it's got a groove along the ventral underneath.
Oh yeah. Right. Okay.
Do you see all these amazing parasites?
Yeah. Like into the sort of siphon.
I'm sorry?
What do you mean?
Into the sort of siphon bit.
Dirt?
Are you talking?
I'm
The
talking
white-
Are
about
you
all
discussing
the-
these little bits here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we got stuff that was internal, but this looks like this is a different thing. Maybe I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it is.
There was one that I noted when we collected it, had those white spots on it. And of course, when it came out, I didn't see it.
No. Yeah.
No, it couldn't be that there. Or was it-
To make Nat happy, can we have a shot where it stays really still and it like maybe wanders past the camera at some point as well?
You think he's been in territory?
I think so.
I
Maybe.
think he's looking for where the girls are.
Nothing better to do than this. Very important activity.
Yeah, it looks like it's checking us out.
Incredible. He's like challenging the ROV. He's coming right up to us.
I think we need to collect
Look at him go. Yeah, can we just watch and see where he goes? Keep the camera still. Thank you.
I know. He's like, oh.
It's like a cat hitting a hairbrush.
Looks like he has like stars in his eyes.
Yeah.
Peek into eternity.
You're really posturing.
I think what would be really interesting is to find a way to pit tag these guys and then we'll come back in December and see if they have a harem.
That would be cool.
Good tags. Oh, did you bring it? It wasn't on the back of us. The thing is,
But we can cover it. We have the markings of the scars and things too.
they all have, or
No, I know what I'm
a
saying,
lot of them.
but using that as an identifier.
The thing is with octopods, we don't know any that for sure are philopatric, that means stay in one spot.
Right.
You know, they move around.
Yeah.
They go to a place, eat their favorite prey, move on to a place with more of their favorite prey. Or warm spots. They like the hot springs. Or they just get bored and go somewhere else. Or as far as we can tell, they just sit there.
All options are on the table.
Did you sit there?
Cool.
Yeah, it's
Is it a snow?
No, it's too small. It's a little. It has black feet. It's cool.
Yeah, I know someone who will be happy with that video. That's awesome.
I saw yesterday.
Okay. Are we wanting to do anything else with these octopus, or we keep looking for some more, or what do you think?
We've got 2 males. How many males?
One. Let me check my notes. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Can I set her up on it?
Yeah, thank you. It's cool when you see them a bit more active like this. Are you talking about that? Wendy? Yeah. This? Just for some screenshots while we're here. Yeah, sure. Have a quick zoom of that just while we're here. Do you need us lasers on? No, just for a screenshot. Okay. You say it was a hydroid? You thought? Right. I don't know, it looks like some little.
Is that a weird one?
Ah.
Eating that biozone?
I don't know. Do you need it? Maybe. Do you need any other views of it? No? Okay, yeah. Thank you. We could probably, I guess, zoom out and watch the octopus while, well,
We have one.
while
We
these.
have one male that's fully example.
Thank you.
It's up to you.
Sarah, may I ask you to collect that one, please?
Right. Okay.
And here's what.
I will just reposition it. Okay.
Sorry for the
It's all right.
So you said we've got. This would be the second male from the rider.
This one's male, the one we have in the box is a brooding female.
Oh,
Oh, you have one in the box already
Yeah.
too. I missed that.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we have. It'll be the second male.
Male, yeah. Cool.
And the first one we kept as the intact full specimen, so. it'll be
Right, and then you
nice to
can
get that.
actually do. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna put the temperature probe away here and do some. Try and collect that male octopus if we can. We haven't had a collection of a male octopus from Dorado that would allow us to do the microbiome investigations that we've been interested in.
Okay, so and what bio box are we gonna put him in?
Okay.
I can do that. Those measurements.
I'll land far enough back that I can still have the. You want the torch all the way out?
Probably in here would be the best option for it in one of these because the other octopus is in there.
I think you can do it, I mean, ask the pilot if
Okay.
that's doable.
So I'm gonna have to reposition. The thing is, look at the camera right there. So.
Would one of these bioboxes be doable?
Yeah. Bio
Yeah.
box 2.
Yeah. Great, thank you.
Oh, the can that already used. Oh, okay.
I don't want that.
Oh, so the net's still available?
This guy, I mean,
Yeah.
it says it's just fine.
Yeah.
You have to give him the sick cam. That torch all day. You want to see how much you have science. Torch for now.
Oh, really?
So this would be What's his box?
Where'd you go? Buy a box?
Box 3.
Free.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I do have to say thanks to Chris Ma for the tweet. I'm thrilled.
Is this?
Box 3 coming up. Yeah, wow.
Are you camered out?
I am cambered out a little bit, but I have to think about it.
Okay, so you want to zoom in on you and see.
Yep. Coming up. I'll make it be a little bit better to do. You know what I'll do?
You just pull out and then push it back in once I grab it.
Yeah, let me pull in a little bit there, just to get a view.
It's like you can't close the jaws too tight.
I gotta close the bottom box. We're coming on the porch, so I'll have to do a quick swap.
Yeah.
Porch in, porch out, box open.
Yeah, Janet. This one's alive. Although it's kind of like squeaky.
I don't think it's in great shape. I don't think it's in great shape. So it's rocking, his arms are curled tightly.
Alright, porch coming up.
There it is.
Buoys off.
Open.
Yeah.
To get this. Yeah, I don't think we have to call this in. We'll see what happens in the future.
Yeah.
I feel like you just put up a fair fight. Let's
Yeah.
move on.
To give them
I
credit.
didn't think he had that much left in him, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I just don't want to stick his leg off.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no worries. We can keep our eyes open for another male as well. When they're looking around, if that's a
Yeah,
priority.
we'll find one.
Yeah. Sure.
What's that? No, it's sitting right here on the bottom.
Okay. I'm worried.
Oh,
Oh, the heat flow probe. Yeah. That's
So if you
Excalibur.
launch it, you can see how it flattens down. It's down and down. See there?
Okay.
Right. Okay.
It's kind of a visual.
Okay.
What's the word? It's deceiving.
So obviously, clearly that octopus made a quick getaway. A bit more energy than we were expecting. So we'll keep our eyes open, see if we see another male octopus when we're looking around here. That would be a priority for collection. But we'll keep exploring and see what we see.
My box closed.
Yeah.
Coming up towards a plain with some corals and sponges. Keeping our eyes open for more of those octopus as well, kind of off into the distance. It's always interesting being on the kind of exploration part of the dive. We've done all of the major dive goals now, so really we're just exploring and see what we see. Always brings up some interesting things. No, I think it's just a sponge. Yeah, we're seeing quite a lot of corals in this spot here. So we've got our eyes open for any interesting coral specimens as well. It's like a grenadier or something towards the right. Let's see if we get a bit closer. I think this looks like a grenadier, I think. Quite a cool view of him swimming along in front of the cameras there. Follow this guy along. We're also seeing a little bit of trash to the right. Coke can or something. Nice. Some big coral fans here. Looks like they've maybe got crinoids and some brittle stars growing on them as well. Crinoids growing on them, some brittle stars sitting on them. Don't see any more octopus in frame. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know what that is. Could be, yeah. Okay. There's some big sponges.
Bridge at the position.
Updated position, excellent, thank you.
Looks like a mix of octocorals, black corals, and sponges around here. Some galatheids, little white squat lobsters you see.
You see the first little bump there? Right here? That's where the real motor on the top of it. On the top, right? As soon as you go down those sides, it's covered in sediment. And just kind of a fold of that little machine there.
You can see these kind of coral field extends off into the distance as well, across this fairly flat section of Dorado. For anyone wondering, we're much further north than we have been on the previous dives, this time around at Dorado. Previously we were focusing down on the southern spots where we'd seen a lot of high temperature heat flow in 2013 and 2014 when the octopus were first observed. Now we're focusing up on the sort of northern peak where there was some high heat flow measurements on that last cruise.
and so far we've been pretty successful. We've collected one brooding female octopus from an area of very high heat flow, about 12 degrees C, from what I recall, which is much higher than the ambient, which is right now about 1.84 degrees C. We also saw some octopus just a minute ago on this shift. Tried to collect a male, but he was pretty feisty, so we're keeping our eyes open to see if we can spot any more octopus, as well as we're cruising around just doing this exploratory section of the dive. This is our last dive of the cruise. Very sad for everyone. But the plan is to come back to these sites in December on another expedition. On this cruise we've been putting down a lot of pieces of equipment and substrates. For example, the sort of ceramic pots and PVC pipes, to see if the octopus choose those preferentially as sediments to brood their eggs on. We've also been putting down colonization experiments, pieces of wood for colonization of organisms, so we'll be having a look at all of that when we come back in December. Nice big sea star as well there in the middle of the screen. So we're currently sort of weaving our way back towards the east, it looks like. Sort of northeast. Just exploring this flatter top of this bit of ridge here. We're moving back in the direction of a little peak that we did explore earlier in the dive, where we did actually see some higher levels of fluid flow, some higher temperatures, and I think that's around about the area that we collected the female. It's a huge sponge. Wow. Are we able to, after the fact, drop markers on places we've previously been, or do we have to drop markers where this ROV is right now?
No, I can drop markers there.
Could we just drop them? I guess it was these two. It was these areas, wasn't it, where the octopus were?
Yeah. Okay. You see on my snail channel? Yeah. Just keep following it back. You see that the very first kind of triangle? Yeah. It's gonna come up a little bit to the right.
Like these bits here?
Yeah. There's two markers for this.
Just to.
You're gonna head back that way?
Just for if anyone on the next shift wants to head that way.
Well, that one had C2 cement one out of there.
Yeah, it had some seepiness there.
No.
Yes.
But they want markers.
Were you interested in it?
Got a marker there.
Yeah, it was a while back. Were you interested in
Yeah. If we see something, any other debris, let me know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, it's fine.
sure. Yeah, it
Tried to wait
was.
for 2 minutes to look at a manuscript when I was
No, sorry.
no worries.
Yeah, we can. It was back along.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we just keep going.
Yeah.
What do you want to call this anyway?
Octopus and fluid flow, something like that.
Octopus fluid?
Yeah, like octopus and fluid flow, something like that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, we're not seeing much mass. There's already been some noise to turn around and have a look for it. It wasn't miles away. We follow the line back. Would we actually be able to? Would it be possible to turn around and follow our line back to this area where that coke can was and to see if we spot it again?
The coke-cam?
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, you want to stop the ship and move it back?
That's why we're not a million miles away from it, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna head back to where we were.
Yeah.
100 meters back?
Yeah. Just before we get too far away, we try and keep our eyes open.
What's that?
I mean, if it was right, we went right over it, so I guess if we tried to follow our line quite close, we might find it.
Yeah.
Don't know. It's worth a shot, I guess,
Yeah.
maybe.
Maybe kick him off a bit too, because he's gonna have to change heading too now. So he'll change. Yeah, because if he comes down,
Everyone keep their eyes peeled.
I gotta wait till he moves up.
Yeah,
Then
sure.
work on it. Do you want to collect that?
Yeah, Gus is actually interested in collecting it.
Oh yeah, because I guess it's a metal hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that, but yeah.
No, it's further back than that.
World's most expensive cocaine recycling operation. How did you get that? What am I gonna get for this? 30 cents? 25 cents.
You want to have it or you want to?
I will since that one.
Yeah, you can put my delta in there. I'm right close to ship. I'm just gonna push them to come out.
It's somewhere over here, right?
Yeah, well, I gotta change it.
Cocaine?
He's still moving. You gotta call him down.
What do you do?
Bridge. ROV, we gotta change it. Right? Oh, I'm sorry. He knows. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize Ben called you there. We're all good. Cool. All right, thanks, Evan. Sorry, I gotta back off here. We're kind of right on top of this snow and the current's pretty right over the top of it.
Somewhere over here. Do you want to move the ship to the south? Or to the east south?
Yeah, I moved them off. Yeah, there's too far of it.
Well,
Oh, it's pulling up.
On that note, we're heading back towards that Coke can, see if we can grab it. But I'm going to sign off. So thanks everyone, and I'm Jorge Cortez is going to replace me. Thank you.
Well, and she just exploring now has been everything on here. We're exploring. We just passed not that long ago at Coke Town. If you're interested in collecting it, we're going to go back and see if we can find it. But other than that, we collected a male octopus. It got away. Dan is interested in keeping another one of those.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
we're
just,
really
I
just
don't
like
like close to ship because
zigzagging at this point.
when there was those deltas,
Yeah,
it
it's-
seemed like even a small number of chances of flowers. I like conscious sex. That's the current sex state.
I recommend the pork noodle lettuce wraps.
So, where did you think it was?
Hello, everyone. Jorge Cortez from University of Costa Rica. I'll be with you for the next hour on this, our last dive of this leg here at Dorado Outcrop. And if all goes well, we'll be back here in December. So keep tuned. And seeing these impressive fields of octocorals, black corals. Wow. Bueno, saludos a todo el mundo. Les habla Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Aquí estamos en la última inmersión de esta expedición, aquí en el Dorado, Pacífico de Costa Rica, a poco más de 3.000 metros de profundidad. Y si todo sale bien, estaremos de vuelta aquí en diciembre, a principio de diciembre, para que estén atentos. Gracias por los saludos y contarnos de dónde nos escriben. Thank you for your comments and letting us know where you're writing from, and let's keep enjoying this impressive place.
Did that restart because the thing, right?
Yeah, I think it was, because I think this is kind of.
Yeah, that was all done for my. Okay. So basically done everything, and now just go explore the rest of the stuff.
You just go fly or you sit down at all?
So what we're doing now is we accomplish the main objectives of this dive early in the morning, looking at the hot water sips and the octopus, and now we're looking around, getting some good videos of what we're seeing, and collecting what we don't have yet. And as we have mentioned, all these samples will be deposited at the University of Costa Rica, study there, and available for scientific research.
Roger that, updated position.
Sí, aquí ya En la mañana se lograron los objetivos principales de esta inmersión, que era encontrar el marcador SA que vimos temprano, que fue dejado hace 10 años, que no parezca tan limpio que está. Y se hicieron las colectas de muestras de agua, tomas de temperaturas, y ahora seguimos navegando por aquí, viendo este sitio y recolectando especímenes que no hemos visto.
Retracing the line here.
Yeah, we're trying to find that can.
You want to be down here with the ship?
No.
Oh. Just what?
We're looking for the can.
Yes.
It's amazing what Coca-Cola has an advertisement.
Ubiquitous.
We went pretty fast.
Yeah.
9.087902. Longitude minus 87.103324.
So it's right near Octopus fluid. Right here somewhere.
Cool. Okay.
Is that in? And we'll go to it.
Cool. Do you want to go to that?
We're going.
Yeah, 9.087902 and -87.103324.
Those numbers are extremely close to this marker that's already there.
Cool. Just follow that track.
Yeah, so it's got to be
In that general.
Right as
right
we're
in
leaving
here
that
somewhere.
Octopus area. Okay.
Getting closer.
Yeah. I mean, I'll put it in, but it's going to be right on top of Octopus fluid.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
You can just keep looking.
It was, I think it must have been,
It's a nice
Yeah.
looking little.
it was as we were leaving that area, I suppose. Thanks. You want to bring it up for a little while? Yeah.
Yeah, read out those numbers again.
Yep.
Yeah, we're looking for the can we saw before this, interested in picking it up to see the microorganisms growing in it. Hace un rato vimos una lata de refresco en el fondo y bueno, pasamos, pero ahora uno de los investigadores ha mostrado interés en que la tomemos para analizar los microorganismos que están creciendo sobre ese sustrato.
Oh, you got the ship one.
Yeah, that's the ship. Wait, one second.
You need it
Can you
again?
look at the spring graph? Yeah, because we got the ship corn, it's not the ROV.
Well, there's also like on the, if they stopped and looked at it for a while, there's a squiggle here.
SBL is an ROV?
So it is.
So that would be 9.
8, 6, 7.
Sorry, one more time.
Okay.
9.
Mm.
0, 8, 8, 6, 9, 7. And
Mm.
then minus 87.269. 1, 0, 3, 5, 1, 1. 5, 7, 1. 1, 0, 3, 5, 1, 1.
Alright, let's try this again. Sorry about that.
Sorry. Alright.
Start off with 9.088697. Then negative 87.10, 35.
Yeah, well, I think.
Oh, it's back here.
Oh, no.
That's back.
Where we were. I know.
We'll be here in a second.
We're staring at them.
Have we seen this octopus before?
This is a
It's
can,
right
so
around
we can-
where we were just looking at octopus, so it might be the same one. It's hard to say.
Cocaine question mark.
We definitely saw the can. Yes.
But is it there?
Is it there? Is the question. Can you see in the frame graph?
Is it visible in the frame?
Open it again.
Can we focus on this?
Well, look at we sure can.
It's nice that they went to system that last day. Yeah.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
You got a visual on it in the
Wow.
coordinate?
We
Yeah.
do, indeed, yeah.
Alright. Feels like we're like the spot, making it like.
Yeah, no, I thought it was like.
I know the piece. I'm not sure where that. Okay, we get some hydrates.
Rock people.
And, let's look at
Oh, sorry. And what else? Bullets to the left.
over down here. That tiny thing there.
I can get as close as you can with that.
Wow. As you can see in this close-up, the rocks are completely covered with, even the sponge is covered with elements and all sorts of organisms. Como pueden ver en este acercamiento, todo está con una capita de sedimentos que tienen muchos microorganismos, pero además hay una gran cantidad de organismos, algunos muy muy pequeños, prácticamente imposible recolectar.
We can go on to three of our
I don't know. We were back looking for something across all of this.
definitely.
It's right where I've got the markers down.
You definitely did not retrace that part. So,
No.
yeah, we didn't go back over that way. So.
Yeah. I'm just meaning whether this octopus is one we just saw or not. It's hard to say.
Possible.
Oh, nice jelly.
Amazing how everything looks like everything else down here. Yeah. So you're trying to navigate, you're like, there's the rock that I passed. No, it's exactly the same. But that doesn't look real. It's just like.
Yeah, we've seen also many jellyfish and other groups of this gelatinous zooplankton here. Eso que pasó fue una medusa y comentaba que hemos visto muchas medusas y otros grupos de zooplancton gelatinoso.
I can turn more lights on and turn the lights off when we're at the.
Mhm.
Oh, is that it? Is this it here?
Where?
Yeah.
Those are the two
Alright,
we saw
yeah.
before.
Is that it there?
That's it?
I think so.
Okay.
I think it is, yeah.
The two hot spots.
Or you need another thing. No, I think it's the same one. It looks the same. Ta-da! Got there in the end.
I think it's a Coke.
For the logger.
Oh, honestly, I think it's a Coke.
Yeah, it looks
Budweiser.
Mm-hmm.
find out, I
Find
guess.
out. Nice.
Is that gonna be a
Well-
Hi, Stefan.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We'll do just yeah, Coke and sample.
Coke and sample. I think Coke and sample.
Whatever the driver recovered, I think.
Experiment. Natural metal experiment.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Okay.
Yes, thank you so much.
So for those of you at home wondering why we're collecting this Coke can, my name is Gustavo Ramirez. I'm a microbial ecologist on the Octopus Odyssey Expedition, and I have a vested interest in understanding the interactions between microbes and rocks and minerals within those rocks. Some of these minerals can contain metal, and I believe that these human trash or seafloor detritus can hold valuable clues as to how deep sea microbial communities interact with anthropogenic substrates. So that is the reason for picking up this Coke can. Wow, it looks pretty vintage, right? It doesn't seem like a modern one. Yeah. Wow. So I will generate beautiful. My plan would be to look at microbes that are potentially intimately associated with the metal surface here, and generate metagenomes and compare these communities and their potential activities based on a broad survey of all of their genes. Compare that to more hypothesis-driven substrate colonization experiments that I've been deploying at a couple of sites now here at different hydrothermal venting seamount features in the Costa Rican seafloor. So this should be quite informative. Again, just by looking at this can, I mean, I have no idea when it made it to the seafloor, but I look forward to doing a deep search in the artistic literature to based on the typography of the product here, perhaps give it a date of when this could have been sold or been available in which market, worldwide, and try to come up with the best estimate as to whether this has been here 5 or 3 years versus many decades. So that will also inform the conclusions that I can draw from the microbes that are living on it now.
Okay, quiver one. Nice. Yeah, we'll put it in quiver one.
Quiver one?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Quiver one has a coral in it. Yeah? Yeah, quiver one has something in it. Has a coral in it. Okay. Someone missed quiver one? Okay.
Yeah, we put it in there, yeah.
Pretty sure.
Good to know.
Or
Yeah, we'll try to get the worm.
It looks empty on the notes, but if you guys are comment about that, I guess any other quiver should do it.
Think folded event.
You know, I think we were going to put.
That might be a biology sample too, because it's got.
We were gonna put a black coral in there.
Ooh, nice.
Well, could have been yesterday, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I can open it. It's not gonna hurt anything to open it inside.
That'll look in there, see.
Put it in until we see it. Wait till the camera.
Bueno, vamos a recolectar esta lata que tiene definitivamente microorganismos y además algunos animales pegados y como
I might have mismarked, we were gonna put something in coral quiver one, and then it didn't clip. So I might have mismarked it, yeah, we're gonna open it and see.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
Oh,
In
there
fact,
you go.
it's, yeah, still open.
it's still open.
So there you go.
That's the answer. Mhm. So let's see if we can get it with the animals that are attached.
Grip around it and not crush it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know how long this can has been out here, but has organisms growing on it. Y no sabemos cuánto tiempo ha estado esta lata aquí, pero tiene algunos organismos que nos interesan y además de todos los microbios que están creciendo ahí. Esta es una de esas muestras en que sacamos de una muestra van a salir varias submuestras. Ajá, ajá.
Have we aged the design yet?
No, started a conversation.
Yeah, I was gonna say, people will tend to try and age them off the design of the can.
Oh, this is good. Yeah.
Just trying not to scrape anything off with it, you know?
Mm-hmm. interested in that animal.
Pretty solid.
Tunicado.
Yeah. It might be easier to use the other arm just to catch it like this.
Yeah.
Put it in.
Yeah, it's that critter all of a sudden is hanging out.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If you just get it with the soft jaws on starboard, you try to fit that in and then go down. Of course, you gotta watch the teeth of those because they
Mm-hmm. Great. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah.
You want that critter on there, right?
Yeah, if possible. We
You
haven't.
don't want to scrape them off, right?
Well, we can get it inside. If it scrapes out, doesn't matter. But
as long as it comes up with it.
mm-hmm.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ah, great. Excellent. So we got the can and several organisms attached to it, like a tunicate, polychaete, maybe hydroids, and maybe more. Once it gets up here, we'll look at it carefully. So we have the microbes plus all these animals. Ya logramos recolectar la lata. Y lo interesante es que van muchos organismos pegados ahí, entre esos un tunicado que es muy difícil recolectarlos. Es un grupo de organismos relacionados con nosotros los cordados. Vi un poliqueto y unos hidroides y tal vez algo más, además de todos los microorganismos. Okay, let's just slide around.
Anywhere, just. Okay.
We're like on the summit. So it will be here. No, but we're not. I think the interesting is to move towards that escarpment there, the 3,088.
Oh, this one?
Yeah.
Alright. So we're gonna move to the east
and yeah, look at the escarpment. See that.
We're
We'll find
east,
it.
southeast, so east. Yeah, so then back to the same direction. Yeah, so basically I'm gonna sit right across where it says 3080.
Yeah, right. Rich got an updated waypoint for you.
That's one of the corals we're looking for.
Okay.
Let's see if sub.
Thank you.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. This Tony so wasn't like super energetic or anything.
We're moving around. There's a little escarpment here. Gonna take a look at that. Estamos desplazando. Hay un pequeño acantilado aquí al lado. Vamos a echar un vistazo de qué es lo que está viviendo ahí. Let's take a look at this. Wow, there's another one.
Which one do you like better? Left or right?
Yeah, I think that one looks better.
Okay.
Thanks.
Rocks right there. It's kind of come all the way around. Or another one that's to the part underneath this.
Okay.
Because that didn't have last time. Bring down the ice of these. And then the pores, no horizontal lights. A little bit.
You're checking out this. Looks like one of the parasome, a colonial tunicate, and dead now, and all the stars on top of it. Yeah, let's. That's another, and that's a brittle star, right there in the middle. We have the lasers. It's, uh-huh. Well, yeah, it's like 40 centimeters.
Yeah.
Wow, very nice. Great. And let's take a look at this. We're focusing now on probably Rosoan, and these are practically impossible to collect. They just break. Yesterday we brought one on a rock, and by the time I got up here, there was nothing left. It's just breaks up very easily. Eso que está enfocando es un briosuario, un grupo de animales, dicen animales de musgo, y estos específicamente son muy delicados, es pedazo muy fácil, por eso cuesta recolectarlos. Y ayer venía uno en una piedra y se fue quebrando por el movimiento y para cuando llegó a la superficie ya no quedaba nada. Okay.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yep, definitely. That's because they would definitely add to it too.
Nice. Still, yeah, there we see octocoral, sponges, bryozoans. Okay. Yep. Let's look at this.
Okay.
We have seen many interesting, unexpected organisms here. It's surprising. I had seen images from previous expeditions and it didn't look like very promising, but once we got here, it's impressive. The diversity that we're finding, and some of the organisms are very rare. Here we're focusing on a tunicate. It's on the same line as the chordates that the group we belong to. Yeah, you can see a little shrimp inside. With the lasers, that's like 15 centimeters long by about 10 centimeters wide. Aquí vemos este tunicado, que es de un grupo relacionado con un sitio viviendo ahí adentro. That's beautiful.
Take a look at this guy. All right.
Aquí estamos enfocando ahora lo que es un stilaster, es un grupo de hidroides como otros que hemos visto, pero este deposita un esqueleto, entonces parecen corales y de hecho les dicen hidrocorales. Y es casi imposible también de recolectar, son muy delicados y se quiebran. What we're seeing is probably stylaster, maybe even a stylaster, which is calcareous hydroid. Most of what we see of hydroids are soft, but this one has a carbonate skeleton, and it's sometimes called hydrocorals. Extremely difficult to collect. They break very easily.
You got that one?
Good. Let's get close to one of these large sponges and let's take a look at it. Seems to be more fish here than in other places. This is the one with the lasers. Okay, I see.
It's big.
Wow. Do you think 30, 40 centimeters?
Yeah, 40.
That's a 40 centimeter sponge. Yeah, that's good. Let's take a look at this.
About that,
Great. Looks like a anemone.
Yeah.
An anemone.
Oh.
Yeah, it's retracted. That's nice. Sorry? Okay.
Could be digesting something.
Yeah, could be. Should be.
Holiday dessert.
Yeah, the people like 15 of them.
Yep.
Nice. It's beautiful, beautiful view of two species of octocorals, which are huge. Uh-huh.
And the one on the right, or the one on the foreground.
Just they're sticking straight out.
That's the beauty of SuBastian. We can just zoom in, focus, look at these delicate creatures from so up close and alive.
It's like, camera, where's it be?
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, for a second. Yeah, for a second.
It was there for a second, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Beautiful.
And then you use polish just because We're here.
Yeah,
it's
we're always
here.
here.
And then, yes,
The one over 50, because we're getting the bars.
And then basic. Any more lasers not for that?
Yeah, laser is also later.
Okay, set lasers. There they are.
Thank you.
Yep.
so that is.
The lasers, that's pushes out.
Ah, yeah.
Although, we have a perfect deal. Alrighty.
Yes.
Thank you, Chris.
Sure thing.
Let's take a look at. There's some beautiful. Yeah, we have
Nice
a barnacle. Pedunculated barnacle. Porque estamos viendo un percebe, que es un cirripedio.
Picture right there.
Let's move this sponge to the side.
We can do it. Got a manipulator.
Wow, that's great view. Yeah, in shallow waters they'll be moving that to filter the water. Here apparently there's like a little current. It's taking food.
I mean, you can see little particles drifting, but just
Uh-huh.
nothing big enough for it to grab you. There's not a ton of them here, so.
No.
Not
Yeah,
unusual.
there was one of the sites we found a whole bunch of them.
Oh, yeah.
Mm. Yeah. Un percebe. Lindo, lindo. Mm-hmm.
100%.
Oh, and let's check this one out.
Yeah. See, I'm getting used to you. That's because he's gonna want to see that.
Okay, and then we look at the little coral.
I'm so glad that the mic's
Wow.
picking up your focus wheel over there.
They know I'm working for you.
That's it.
Wow. ¿Qué será?
¿Verdad?
Un usuario será.
It looks like, I mean, I don't know. Could be, for me it looks like,
I can come a lot closer to the work.
yeah, could you get a little bit closer?
Yeah. Let me just
Uh-huh.
figure out exactly where we are. I'll fly on over there.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where they are.
They're up. I don't know, stick. They're at the rock that's got the little white sponge on the side of it.
There's something else too. Yeah. Right there.
Mm.
No, I think it was over to the
Yeah.
left up this rock.
that stuff there.
Yeah, let's take a look at this for a minute. Yeah, we see another barnacle down there. Bryozoans, polychaetes, sponges, maybe hard corals. Let's checks. Let's look at this and then we'll check something else. Okay. Is it possible to collect some of this?
Why not? You want to
Maybe-
try to use the section sample report, or
Let's
I don't
see.
know how, I don't know how it would come through. What would do that though?
Let's give it a try. See if it doesn't breaks up too much.
That looks nice. You think I would like that?
That's nice. Let's see.
Can you ask her that because my phone is dead, so. Spinning in circles, so what is the plan? Actually, what happened is
There's the one with the lasers.
okay. Yeah.
You guys happy with the laser shot?
Yeah.
Okay. This guy's just taunting me over here.
Nice.
What I'll do is I'll move up and try to get the position to do both part that you wanted and then maybe this as well.
Okay. Great.
If you were interested right here. Okay. I like the without destroying that. All right.
¿Le respondió o no?
No.
Debe ser cortando directamente.
Tough.
Stuff.
Yeah, just trying to get low enough to get that and not come in and Yep.
Yeah, that should be okay.
Can we, it's the, I've seen in this
Yeah, how far are you going on to starboard?
¿Qué cosa? Si se lo quiere. No. Okay.
Yeah, that should be good.
Si en una de estas, hacerle unas tomas bien.
Tomas, no recolectar.
Vamos a echarle, yo creo que no tenemos esta, ¿no? Pero fijarse en las puntas que tienen unas manchas oculares ahí. Ese es el Leonardo que está pidiendo. Todo el mundo pidiendo gustos.
Starboard arm?
Yeah, I don't know if I can get in there to get that, to be honest with you, without destroying that.
Es que quiero un pedazo de esponja grande.
So come over like this.
Bueno, ahí te lo dejo a vos, loco. Cuando ven una esponja como esa que enfocamos antes.
No sé, es que yo estaba en una reunión, no estoy viendo la televisión.
Ah, ya.
Alright, you have to grab the handle of the suction sample before I sit down. I've got to put this underneath this. So. There you go. Just outside the land. Yeah, it's on there. Some of the land's on it, and then we have to grab it. Alright, so what we need to set that roster. If we can still see it.
Okay.
That's okay, we can grab it again. It's just, it's not ready anymore, so once we get that well on this, then we can deal with that.
Before you take off.
Yeah, we're gonna try to collect some of the small sponge, and then we'll move to a larger sponge. Vamos a tratar de recolectar esa pequeñita celeste, la tuya. Okay, my time is up here. Thank you for being with us. I'm Jorge Cortez, University of Costa Rica, and we'll be in touch in the near future, I hope. Bueno, muchas gracias. Ha sido un gran gusto estar aquí con ustedes. Termina mi tiempo aquí. Es Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica y estaremos en contacto en un futuro cercano. Hasta luego. Los dejo ahora con la doctora Celeste Sánchez de la Universidad de Costa Rica. I'll leave you now with Dr. Celeste Sánchez from the University of Costa Rica. Bye.
I need to see right past where that arm is. Yeah.
So do you have a navigation plan or are we just wandering around?
Well, we're gonna collect. There's something we wanted to collect.
Yeah. I mean, but afterwards in general, like we don't have like another waypoint to go, right?
Well, we were going along this escarpment right here.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
the plan was, direction.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
We made it 12 meters.
Okay. Okay. He's bold. You know, it's the same when we are diving together. Like he's always behind, looking at this very tiny stuff.
Well, that's the idea. No, this is our chance. This is
Yeah.
our chance to just sit there, look very carefully at the small stuff and try to pull it.
Is that what you wanted right there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bottom. Okay. And do you want to get this or not?
Yeah,
It looks like a croissant, but
it sticks in the feathers.
okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
We need to clear out that.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Celeste Sánchez Noguera, soy investigadora de la Universidad de Costa Rica y voy a estar acompañándolos durante la siguiente hora. Para mí realmente es un placer haber tenido la oportunidad de participar en esta expedición y además tener la oportunidad de acompañarlos acá desde el cuarto de control, narrando en algunas oportunidades los buceos. Hi, my name is Celeste Sánchez Noguera. I'm going to be with you for the next hour. It has been really a pleasure for me not only to join this expedition but also to have a chance to explore and lead some of the dives. So right now we are going to proceed to collect this little kind of bluish sponge, and afterwards we will just continue on our way. Right now we are just like exploring the last goal of this dive. It's continue wandering around this north part of the Dorado Outcrop and try to find more target species. Vamos a continuar a partir de ahora. Sorry? Is it too difficult to collect it with the one? Yeah. Because I don't know if with the sucker it's actually going to just like soak up a lot of sediment and not actually getting a sponge. But you are the experts, guys. So jamás la pueden conectar con el sí, pero jamás la van a succionar. Ajá.
I mean, if he was to get the sample of the sample, knock them over it, and kind of like scrape it a little bit,
Yeah.
the base, and like come through.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Alright, so we'll try that.
Okay, good. Thank you.
We'll do that. Okay. What we're doing is we're going to collect this one in the suction sample.
Como les comentaba, hoy en nuestro último buceo de esta expedición Odisea de Pulpos, estamos explorando el sector norte del afloramiento dorado. El afloramiento dorado fue realmente uno de los motivos que motivó a la planificación de esta expedición. Sin embargo, este sector no lo habíamos explorado durante esta expedición en particular. En la mañana se estuvo explorando la zona rocosa donde teníamos varias emanaciones de agua caliente, donde estaban también las comunidades de pulpos asociados. Se hicieron algunas recolectas y ahora en este momento nos encontramos explorando las zonas aledañas para ver o tratar de caracterizar cómo son estos ecosistemas alrededor de la comunidad de pulpos que vive asociada a las emanaciones de agua caliente. Vamos a tratar de recolectar en este punto dos organismos. Uno es la esponja y lo otro es esto que están viendo en estos momentos cerca del brazo succionador. Eso creemos que es un briozoario y estamos tratando de colectarlo por medio de succión. Maybe a suggestion for improvement, you could attach later, like, I don't know, like something to the slurp, so you can always scratch, and then just...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. And if if I've got something too bulky,
Yeah, that's
sometimes
right.
we can get the
Yeah,
access.
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Going down all these little caves and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult, right? Yeah.
Oh my god, did we?
Como les hemos comentado en otras ocasiones, el submarino SuBastian está equipado con diferentes herramientas que se utilizan para todas las diferentes labores de investigación que se realizan en estos fondos marinos. Esto que están viendo en este momento es una manguera que funciona como un tipo de aspiradora. Y esta manguera está conectada a diferentes contenedores. Si no me equivoco, son un total de creo que 8 o 10 contenedores. Entonces, eso nos permite recolectar una diferente cantidad de muestras por medio de este método de succión o aspirado. Sin embargo, en muchas ocasiones los pilotos tienen que probar con las diferentes herramientas que tienen para ver cuál funciona mejor. Tenemos también la posibilidad de manipular directamente con las pinzas o con las tenazas del submarino. También estas tenazas le permiten manipular, por ejemplo, redes como las que se han utilizado a lo largo de la expedición para recolectar algunas especies. Entonces, es un poco a veces probar qué funciona mejor. Depende del organismo y depende de en qué lugar esté el organismo también. Si está sobre un sustrato suave, sobre un sustrato duro, si está metido en una grieta.
Same chamber, or do you want to change the chamber? That thing's there. Gotcha. Yeah, we can put it in this. We got in the same chamber as this, because, yeah, okay. We'll put these spikes in the same chamber.
Estamos en este momento también teniendo cambio de turno de pilotos, así que le damos las gracias a los pilotos salientes y la bienvenida a Mike y Tyler, que son los pilotos que nos van a acompañar durante la próxima hora. There is a change in the ROV crew, so we thank the pilots that were with us during this hour and welcome the pilots that are just coming to take control of the ROV SuBastian for the next hour.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could come around a little bit. So, come forward a little bit. Yeah, let's put a new waypoint there.
Hoy que es el último buceo, ya estamos básicamente marcando los últimos puntos de la lista de deseos de esta expedición. Realmente como equipo científico nos sentimos muy felices y satisfechos de que se han logrado completar de manera exitosa muchos de los objetivos que teníamos. Y ahorita entonces ya estamos en la etapa final de recolectar algunas de las especies objetivo que todavía quedaban pendientes. So are you going to try to slurp the sponge or the scale worm? Okay.
Yeah, I'm just going to put the sponge in the same one,
Yeah.
so we didn't really get much of that.
Okay.
So it's on.
Yeah.
You have to go kind of up a little bit from where you are, up into your starboard. Yeah, like you're on it, pitch up. Yeah, just up a little bit. Maybe what, trying to get the bottom. Yeah, in there, and then trying to scrape the bottom. A little scrape. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, we got that over there.
Como pueden ver es una maniobra un poco complicada. Tienen que tratar de remover uno de los segmentos o de los lados de la esponja para que se desprenda y entonces así la aspiradora pueda succionarlo. don't think that's going to. Lo que sucede con estas esponjas es que son organismos, en este caso, que crecen incrustadas a la roca o al sustrato. Así que no son tan fáciles de despegar. Las esponjas, para aquellos que no saben, son organismos multicelulares. No tienen tejidos reales, o por lo menos no bajo la definición que nosotros tenemos de un tejido, pero sí tienen células especializadas que cumplen diferentes funciones, por ejemplo, funciones de alimentación, de reproducción. Y estas células son bastante interesantes porque además es lo que se conoce como células totipotentes, que significa que tienen la capacidad de, en caso de ser requerido, adquirir la función para reemplazar a otra de las células. Un poco... So, yeah, you got it? No, I think it's still there. No?
I think you got a
You
bit
got
of it.
a... Yeah, you think you got like a...
I think you got some of it. Give the hose a little shake.
Oh yeah, on the right side?
Yeah, it's definitely something looked like it's slurped in there.
Okay.
But it doesn't. It's not in the.
It's not in the... Well, it's hard to tell. I mean, there is just a lot of sediment, right? It's on number 8?
No, number 7. It should be coming in there.
Okay.
If you take your arm up a little bit, mate, and then sort of change the bend on it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, so,
If you like spin it. Just make sure it's up away from the sediment and give it a beat.
Oh, I can see something floating there. Maybe it's that? No. Okay, now it's gone, but...
No, I'll knock off the suction for a sec.
Okay. You see that little thing over there? Could be, maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, it's hard to...
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Maybe just the back.
Yeah.
I'll try and turn it up again.
Okay. Estamos revisando en este momento las cámaras que están enfocando los contenedores que les comentaba que están conectados a esta aspiradora. Esa cámara nos permite tratar de corroborar si efectivamente lo que aspiramos se fue o no al contenedor o si más bien se perdió.
Spin it so that it's pointing down the ways, and that'll completely change the hose. I'll just be a better view. Yeah. Keep spinning your jaws round so you get the thing pointing straight down, and that'll totally change the angle of it. Yeah. That's changing it anyway. Just give it a little quick few shakes as well.
Yeah. We are not sure.
I don't think it's in
100% sure.
I don't
No?
think it's in the sampler yet. It's probably
Okay.
stuck in the hose somewhere.
Ah, ok. No pudimos observar claramente si el trozo de esponja cayó en el contenedor, así que los pilotos lo que sospechan es que tal vez está atascado en alguna parte de la manguera, que es una manguera bastante larga. Así que lo que están viendo en estos momentos es a los pilotos tratar de agitar suavemente la manguera para ver si logran desprender el fragmento de esponja y así que pueda realmente ser depositado en el contenedor.
Suppose, I don't know, we try and just slurp just up the last bit of it again, see if we can get in there. You want to try and get the rest of it? There is still a
Yeah,
little bit
if it's
there.
possible. Yeah, but are you going to try it with the same method, just like slurping in, or?
Yeah, I think so. For this, because it's stuck hard
Yeah.
to the rock.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. And what about like the other thing, the bryozoan that we have like on the lower part? Do you think you will also try to slurp it or try to remove it with the...
So Sorry, which part am I speaking about? Oh, this part here.
Yeah.
We could probably get that with the jaws.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's up to you if you want to keep trying to get this, because it was kind of hard to get.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's really
but
it's
we've
really
got
hard. I
the
mean,
most of it.
yeah, just leave it like that. I mean, because if we find another that is in a better position, then we can just give it another try. I
Okay.
think this is just like probably too complicated for the slurp. And it seems like you got like a big chunk out of that.
Chunk of it there,
Yeah, almost half of it. So yeah.
I don't know. We could try and just suck up a little bit more sediment and see if that pushes it through. If you want to try, just to try and clear the line, or do you not want the sediment in there?
Yeah, sometimes having too much sediment is a little bit tricky.
The sediment should clear out.
Yeah.
eventually if
Okay,
you
then
keep it running,
let's give it a
but-
try. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's give it a try. Yeah.
Just give it a quick little tap into the seabed.
Grab a little dirt.
Yeah, just to see if it'll force anything through the line.
Vamos a tratar de aspirar un poco de sedimento para ver si eso nos ayuda a remover o empujar el fragmento de esponja hacia el contenedor.
It's a sediment though.
Yeah.
Try a little bit more.
I don't know if it's. Well, there maybe is a little bit of something there. Yeah, it's good enough for me. I'll index. We've got something in there.
something there.
But that's, we had something, I'm sorry, at the 8?
No,
we
it's
need
number
eight.
2, right? No, talking about number 2.
Yeah, no, it's just, I wanted to ask anyway.
Oh, okay.
We don't have anything in 8. Which ones? We've got some 1 and 2.
Yeah,
So
okay.
just
Okay.
cross off 7.
So
it
that
might
way-
have it.
Look, my
Something came through, but it's hard to tell because obviously we sucked it and sort of changed its shape a little bit.
I'm just pointing that the egg actually hatched inside of the. You can see, right there, right?
What was it, eggs? I saw
Yeah.
there's like 3
Yeah, but they
little
were
ones.
Yeah, so now they're octopus. They just
I
hatch
noticed it
inside.
through there.
For anyone just tuning in, you're watching live footage from just over 3 kilometers below the surface of the Pacific Ocean off of Costa Rica. This is ROV SuBastian's 542nd dive, and it is the last dive of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. We've returned to Dorado Outcrop for this last dive, which is the site of an octopus garden or a brooding ground where female octopus are brooding their eggs. We've been here a couple times before for this expedition, and for our last visit here, we're in a little bit different area right now. I can pull up the map. So there's our map. You can see we're kind of down below this peak here. And on a previous visit, we'd been over this way, I believe. But currently the scientists and pilots are discussing some collections. We're using the slurp sampler, or suction sampler. Basically a undersea vacuum cleaner, except it empties into a little revolver of cylinders on the side, and so we can cycle through those cylinders and collect a sample into them and then move to the next cylinder. And this allows us a different method of collection than just using the manipulator itself, as some of the manipulators, you know, they have their own purposes, right? Like everything's specialized. So the suction sampler is good for sort of just grabbing things up that can get pulled up by the suction, But sometimes this manipulator here, it actually has a cutting edge on it, and you can see sometimes they'll use that cutting edge. The red bits on it are more of like a softer rubber, so that's the soft grip. So when the pilots and scientists are working together to figure out what samples they want and how to collect, the method of collection is obviously a big part of that. So beyond the canisters or the cylinders that the suction sampler collects into, we also have the porch on the ROV here. I'll give you a little top-down view. The tube that the manipulator is opening right now, that's one of our coral quivers. So samples can be dropped down into that. They've got the lid that'll go back down on top. And then these clear acrylic containers are the bio boxes. So those have hinged lids that we can actually open and close. And then you've got a milk crate there in the middle, divided into 4 bits, and that's kind of for like rock samples and the like. Things that'll stay down in there without a lid. And then we can also take water samples using the Niskin cylinders on the side of the ROV. And Niskins, think of them, it's an open tube. So right now the seawater is just flowing through the Niskins, but when we trigger a Niskin, there are 2 spring-loaded caps that slap together on the ends of the Niskin. And so by that way, we can trap the water that's currently in the Niskin in there. So if we want to get water from a very specific area, we can kind of land next to that area and then trigger the Niskins, and it'll seal the water in that area into the Niskin we trigger. So it sounds like now they're going to try and use some of that cutting edge. You can see it below the soft grip on this manipulator. You have the red soft grip, and then you have sort of like a cutting / scraping edge there. So they're going to use that to try and scrape along, it sounds like. But this is all live footage from the remotely operated vehicle SuBastian, but it's being piloted by pilots up on the surface vessel, the research vessel Falkor 2. And we are connected to the ROV by a umbilical tether. And so the video that the ROV is capturing is sent up to us over that tether, and the commands from the pilots are sent down to the ROV. And obviously we also can beam this footage out on the internet for folks around the world to join us as we explore and gain a better understanding of our ocean.
Maybe like setting here if I come off to so it is. Try to get there, close it a little tiny bit, and then see what you can still see. And as you inch it in closer and closer, and you'll get a good idea.
En este momento los pilotos están maniobrando para tratar de recolectar este organismo que creemos puede ser un briozoario. Como ven, estamos utilizando ahora un método de colecta diferente. En vez de tratar de aspirarlo, vamos a tratar de recolectarlo con esta pinza que tiene el submarino SuBastian. Pueden ver ahí que la pinza tiene en la parte interior algo que es como un tipo de cuchilla, y la parte roja es un material más bien suave. Eso les permite a ellos cortar partes o fragmentos de estructuras de organismos cuando se requiere, pero la parte roja también les permite recoger cosas delicadas con las cuales no se puede hacer mucha presión.
Come at an angle and you still have a kind of view. So if you come up and over,
Y como les comentaba antes, realmente no hay una receta única que se pueda seguir para este tipo de recolectas. En realidad hay que siempre analizar los diferentes especímenes, en qué tipo de sustrato están, las posiciones para poder determinar cómo es la mejor forma de realizar la recolecta.
Yeah, so if you come down with your shoulder and up with your, yeah, in with your pitch and up with your elbow, you might get enough. And then come down with your shoulder, you might get enough that you can just get a visual. Just pinch the
Esta
last bit.
expedición nos ha permitido descubrir, explorar nuevos montes submarinos en las profundidades del océano del Pacífico costarricense y caracterizar diferentes procesos que están ocurriendo, procesos a nivel de flujo hidrotermal que son bastante importantes, y también las asociaciones de organismos que viven asociados a estos. Además, hemos podido ver a nivel geológico formaciones bastante interesantes que previamente no se habían, digamos, descubierto en estos sitios. Hemos además tenido la posibilidad de recolectar una diversidad de organismos que nos van a poder permitir hacer una mejor caracterización a nivel de biodiversidad de estos ecosistemas de aguas profundas. Todo este tipo de expediciones son realmente muy importantes para poder eventualmente desarrollar medidas de manejo, de conservación y de protección de estos ecosistemas. Recordemos que los fondos marinos son sitios muy frágiles. Muchísimas de las especies que viven acá son especies que tienen crecimiento bastante lento, tienen además una vida o etapas de vida muy prolongadas. Muchas alcanzan incluso la madurez reproductiva después de varios años o incluso décadas. Así que todo esto los convierte en ecosistemas bastante frágiles, y por eso es importante conocerlos y estudiarlos para saber qué es realmente lo que perderíamos en el caso en el que se desarrollen actividades extractivas. La mayoría de los fondos oceánicos, no solo en Costa Rica, sino en todo el mundo, están en este momento bajo una presión latente de explotación, sobre todo con el tema de minería, en Costa Rica también con el tema, por ejemplo, de actividades de pesca de profundidad. Así que es importante que podamos conocer qué es lo que tenemos para protegerlo.
Twist the loop, so it's like a little ledge behind you. You twist the opposite way as you get close, and you get that finger behind it. Rotate counterclockwise as you get close to it.
Este organismo que estamos tratando de recolectar, los briozoarios, son organismos relativamente frágiles, por eso están tratando de encontrar la mejor posición de la pinza, de la tenaza, para poder hacer el corte o poder agarrarlo sin que se destruya el organismo.
If you pull that finger towards the coral you're touching it, and then twist counterclock to match.
Siempre en los buceos hay dos pilotos, es lo que se necesita para poder maniobrar el submarino. Así que eso que escuchan de fondo es uno de los pilotos dándole sugerencias al otro de cuál sería o podría ser la mejor posición para poder recolectar este organismo. Toda esta expedición se ha llevado a cabo a bordo de la embarcación de investigación Falcor 2, que pertenece al Schmidt Ocean Institute, y la exploración submarina se ha podido realizar mediante el uso del submarino SuBastian. Como un dato curioso, les contábamos hace unos buceos atrás que esta embarcación está inspirada en el libro de la historia sin fin, por eso el nombre de Falcor y de SuBastian, en honor a uno de los personajes principales de esta historia, que básicamente nos invita a explorar estos mundos desconocidos. Y definitivamente lo que hemos podido comprobar durante estas 3 semanas que hemos estado trabajando acá es que todo esto es una Costa Rica desconocida que apenas estamos empezando a descubrir y que gracias a la colaboración con este tipo de embarcaciones y a la colaboración científica con investigadores de otros países tenemos la oportunidad de poder explorar nuestro océano profundo. Oh, you got it. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Can you try to drop this into the coral quiver so we can have a better look of really if the branch that you collect was more or less intact? Otherwise, we can maybe just try to come back for this one, right? Because now it's kind of like unattached from the rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it just will look like we had a good grab on it, but it's hard to see past.
Okay.
We could drop that bit in the quiver and then come back for the remaining
Yeah.
2 pieces probably.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Freeze here and change the scale a lot. Yeah, I can help.
Turn your jaws so we can get a good look at this as it goes into the quiver just to see how much it is very much.
Todos estos organismos que estamos recolectando van a ser depositados posteriormente en el Museo de Zoología de la Universidad de Costa Rica, que es el repositorio nacional para las colecciones científicas. Y esto es muy importante porque significa que todos estos especímenes van a estar a disposición de la comunidad científica tanto local como internacional.
Try and get that bigger. I think the lower, bigger piece is going to be pretty easy to get now because it's freed up.
Yeah, it's like the top and the bottom.
The lower one? Really?
You can get both bits probably. Unless you prefer to just get the top piece.
Let's have a look. I thought this one would be easier, but I don't know. You meant this one?
I mean, I think that bottom one there is like pretty free now. You should be able to just go and pick it up, but I don't know, do you try to makes it easier to grab.
The bottom one actually might be.
Yeah.
Are you able to get a grab on it if you turn the jaws completely, like that? Yeah, going at that angle.
Let me do my new trick. Scaling it down.
Yeah, it's I don't often use it, but I think it's good for these little bits, pulling things off rocks.
But that's definitely going into the cultivar. Yeah.
So as you can see both the fingers. This one's doing what it said as well.
Se requiere realmente mucha concentración y precisión por parte de los pilotos para poder realizar todo este tipo de recolectas.
See that back finger, make sure that back finger is clear in behind it, and you should be good to get that gradual pinch in. Looks good there. Push in a little bit. That's it.
Dentro de las cosas que podemos destacar de esta expedición, además, como les mencionaba, de poder realizar mediciones para determinar el flujo hidrotermal en estos sitios, ver cuál es la asociación de las comunidades de pulpos con estos sitios de emanaciones de agua caliente. También tuvimos la oportunidad de descubrir, por ejemplo, un sitio en uno de los montes submarinos, específicamente en el monte submarino conocido como Tengoset, que pareciera ser un sitio de reproducción de rayas del Pacífico. Y esto es algo bastante interesante porque son organismos que en realidad han sido poco documentados en general en todo el mundo, precisamente porque son organismos que habitan zonas profundas y para los cuales es más difícil obtener algún tipo de récord. Así que no solamente haber divisado adultos, sino haber encontrado lo que parece ser un potencial sitio de reproducción fue uno, sin duda alguna, de los descubrimientos valiosos de esta expedición y nos demuestra una vez más el gran valor que tienen estos ecosistemas de fondo oceánico de profundidad para el planeta en general. Algo un poco lamentable que se pudo observar en el buceo del día de hoy, en horas más tempranas, fue que encontramos unos restos de latas de refresco. Y es lamentable porque es realmente señal de cómo la huella o el impacto de las actividades humanas puede llegar incluso hasta estas profundidades. Así que eso nos puede servir un poco de reflexión, de saber que nuestras acciones, ya sean tanto las positivas como las negativas, realmente pueden ir mucho más allá de lo que muchas veces nos imaginamos. En estos momentos nos encontramos a 3.084 metros de profundidad en el sector norte del afloramiento rocoso conocido como Dorado.
Try opening and closing your jaws a couple of times, sometimes that helps.
Ahora la tarea del piloto es tratar de despegar el organismo que acabamos de recolectar de las pinzas del SuBastian.
I would maybe strangle it, get some peep the backside, pick the jaws up and just scrape it against the edge. Yeah, perfect.
Pueden ver lo delicado que es realizar este tipo de maniobras, donde realmente todo está siendo controlado por un cable que mantiene la comunicación desde el cuarto de control acá en el barco Falcor 2 con el submarino SuBastian que se encuentra a más de 3.000 metros de profundidad.
Yeah. So just rotate your jaws a little touch, it's just hanging on by a little bit. Rotate it enough so you can still see the finger. And just do exactly as what you did there, it's just caught a different part of it. Now rotate when you're down there.
Oh, you got it. Great. Thank you. Amazing. Yeah.
That's for you, Celeste.
Yeah. Thanks, Taylor. Well done. No, I think. Yeah. No, I think that's it. I think you got like most part of it already inside of the coral quiver. Yeah.
Are you happy?
Yes, I'm happy. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we can just continue moving around, trying to see if we spot something else interesting to collect. Algo que para todo el equipo científico ha sido muy gratificante es no solamente tener la oportunidad de venir y hacer ciencia en estos lugares, sino también poder abrirles un poco de este mundo a todas estas personas que nos han venido acompañando a lo largo de las transmisiones. Creemos que es realmente importante que ustedes tengan la oportunidad de ver un poco más de cerca y conocer estos ecosistemas, y creo que también ayuda que nos estén acompañando, que vivan con nosotros un poco todas estas emociones, por ejemplo, la alegría que sentimos cuando encontramos o descubrimos algo nuevo, un poco de la tensión cuando se están recolectando también las muestras, cuando creemos que tal vez se puedan dañar o evitar que se dañen o se puedan perder. Entonces, eso creemos que de alguna forma puede ayudar a que todas las personas también desarrollen un poco de sensibilidad y conciencia sobre la importancia de estos ecosistemas y sobre el valor del trabajo científico que se hace en estos sitios. So that was the last sampling in this particular spot. Now we are going to continue moving and try to see if we can find something else interesting that could be a target species. Ah, really? Okay. Okay. Una vez finalizada esta expedición, nos queda a todo el grupo de científicos muchísimo trabajo por delante, de vuelta en nuestros respectivos laboratorios y centros de investigación, donde se van a comenzar a analizar muchísimas de las muestras que se recolectaron durante esta expedición. Tenemos muestras de agua, de sedimentos que procesar, que analizar. La mayoría de los especímenes necesitan volver a ser revisados con detenimiento para poder hacer las clasificaciones taxonómicas adecuadas. En algunos casos probablemente incluso estemos hablando de que algunas especies puedan ser especies nuevas, y en ese caso la descripción de especies nuevas también lleva un proceso bastante largo. Así que nos esperan con seguridad varios meses e incluso en algunos casos años de trabajo por delante con todas las muestras y la información que hemos recolectado durante esta expedición. Lo que están viendo en estos momentos es uno de los sensores de temperatura que tiene SuBastian. Los pilotos lo que están haciendo es básicamente tratando de colocarlo de vuelta en el submarino para poder continuar nuestro trayecto exploratorio.
so we're heading towards waypoint 1?
No, actually, I think what I understood from Chris is that we are going to try to go all this way a little bit further, because apparently we only explore like 12 meters in the previous hour.
Okay.
And we have been here already almost 45 minutes, so I think let's try to move on a little bit further. And then at some point then we just make like a U-turn towards waypoint 1 or something like that.
Is that alright for you?
That will be fine just now. I will just leave that. It'll be cool.
Otro de los tal vez posibles mitos que hemos podido derribar durante esta expedición es que muchísimas personas tal vez se imaginaban el fondo del océano como un lugar oscuro, inhóspito, y creo que poder abrirles a ustedes esta ventana les ha permitido observar que en realidad el fondo del océano es un lugar muy, muy diverso, con una gran cantidad y diversidad de diferentes organismos. Hemos podido tener la oportunidad de apreciar cómo cambia esta biodiversidad dependiendo del tipo de sustrato en los fondos abisales, que están dominados principalmente por sedimentos. Pudimos observar muchísimos pepinos de mar, estrellas quebradizas, inclusive en algunos buceos estuvimos siempre acompañados por peces trípode. Pero cuando nos pasábamos a la zona más rocosa, la diversidad de organismos cambiaba bastante, de una forma bastante drástica. Teníamos generalmente comunidades dominadas por octocorales, por esponjas de vidrio también, muchas veces por poliquetos. Así que ha sido muy interesante poder ver también cómo este ensamble de comunidades o ensamble ecológico está muy asociado con el tipo de sustrato que se esté explorando.
It's fine just now. Wait until we're kind of a bit further along, and you can move it just following us along the line, I suppose. Yeah, leave the exact position where it is, and as we just start along, just move it in the same sort of heading across it.
I think we should also keep our eyes open for one sponge that they spotted early during the dive. It was like a big sponge. Do you have the picture there? Yeah. It was like, I don't know. It was not like it was more like a massive form, not that much with an osculum that is like this hole in the middle, but it was really just more like a massive thing.
Yeah.
Oh no.
The suction hose with our T4 just to get that shadow. So there's a little shadow coming up at that side. Where if you just put that hose behind the arm a little bit, I'll get rid of that. Yeah.
Estamos tratando de ver si vemos alguna de las especies que todavía nos faltan por recolectar y que nos podrían ser de interés. Entre esas, una esponja que vieron más temprano en la mañana, pero no tuvieron la posibilidad de recolectar.
Yeah, it's just flopping about a little bit. No, no flopping on this.
Acá vemos varios octocorales y esponjas también.
Stuff it back where it belongs.
So that was a big one. It's just like a chunk of white sponge of this size.
So,
But it's
any of these ones?
no, it's not like a, it's not in a vertical position, but more in an horizontal position.
You want the picture?
Yeah. Picture that?
Yeah.
Yes. 1 second. Is that one? No? Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
But if you really want, we can get lead and launch and then you find it. If you really want to.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just like in case we find it, like. Can we, if you find one of these soft corals that is pretty big, can we just like turn the lasers on so we can take a picture with the scale just for reference?
Yeah, one of these ones? Or
Yeah.
the big one that was
Yeah.
last, or
Yeah,
another
something like
big
that.
one?
Yeah, there is another big one that's there, right? Maybe that one. Yeah. Thank you. Vamos a aprovechar que estamos ahorita en esto que parece ser como un campo de corales suaves y vamos a encender los láser para poder tomar una fotografía con la escala y tener la referencia. Wow, that's really huge. Pueden ver en este momento las luces de los láser de color verde en la base del coral. La distancia entre las dos luces es de 10 centímetros, así que eso les puede dar una idea del tamaño de este coral. Realmente es impresionante poder encontrar organismos tan grandes en estas profundidades, que sabemos que además son organismos de un crecimiento bastante lento, lo cual significa que probablemente son organismos de tal vez hasta miles de años de antigüedad. You got it? Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, guys.
You just want to zoom out to the picture and have
Yeah.
10 centimeters
Yeah.
of base.
Yeah.
I'll bet.
Okay. Let's have a closer look to that rock to see if we can find, because I think we're also trying to look these small corals like the stoloniferans. That's maybe a good place to look. Esto es un poco de lo que les comentaba hace un momento, cómo a veces al cambiar el sustrato inmediatamente cambia bastante la composición de los organismos que encontramos. Do you know if we have already, I think we already have this one, right?
Yeah,
I think they collect that like in one of the previous dives.
Yeah, I did that on the
Yeah.
previous
Yeah?
It peeled off. the
Yeah, they
rock.
peel off, yeah.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
So I don't like to do it again.
When the laser's on or off.
Do you got the frame grab for that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm not getting. Okay, let me check because I think we want to collect that. Yeah. Yeah. She's asking if we can just get a little bit more of that.
Okay. So we go quote number 3. Is that right? Yeah, I believe we just did one for 2. just going 3.
No, we are going to Coral Quiver 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
So now we have to go for 3. Yeah.
As well. We just shot it in the front. So we get moving.
Yeah. So we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yep, I can sort that guy out.
It's like waxing the rock, right? Vamos a recolectar este organismo que ven acá, de color blanco. Es como un tapetito de color blanco de estoloníferos. So we are going for those stoloniferans. Let's see if we can just peel them off the rock as we did last time. It has been a real pleasure for us to have the opportunity to open this unknown world of the deep sea to most of you. We really appreciate all the people who has been following the dives. For us, that's really important.
Sometimes when it's the current, extra delta makes it worse. Maybe it's the current, so you can get the one out of there. Yeah, so I gave you an extra 5. I'll have to turn it down a little bit.
Estaba en el congelador, estaba sacando cosas del congelador, por eso no venía de cuarto. No, el congelador era los 80, los 30. Sí, yo dije, si no les mensaje de esto, tendría que estar los se estaba chequeando las muestras cuando se les ha borrado, no, es que no se les puede echar nada adentro, entonces tiene que ser como no se borra, no se borra. Yo nunca compré un chupalo que no se borra. Yo dije que les pusiera más parafina sobre el número y ese no se borra.
They say.
Esa es más fácil que la otra, porque ahí pueden hacer como los cambios.
Ajá, sí, se lo conoce.
I already have experience.
I'm sorry?
You already have experience.
Yeah.
Waxing the rock, yeah.
Great way to. Take the ramen a little bit, right? Okay. Again.
Esta es una expedición científica, además multidisciplinaria. El equipo científico está conformado por personas de distintas profesiones con diferentes expertise y además por un grupo grande de científicos locales costarricenses, así como científicos de otras nacionalidades también. Así que realmente es algo también bastante importante de rescatar en este caso. este organismo, varios de ellos están interconectados, entonces la recolecta es relativamente sencilla porque en el momento en el que los pilotos logren despegar uno de los costados, lo que hacen es que después lo agarran y lo remueven como que si fuera una curita o a veces decimos que es un poco como depilar a la roca. Con esto yo me voy despidiendo. Nuevamente agradecerles por habernos acompañado durante esta expedición Odisea de Pulpos. Para nosotros es un gran placer poder no solamente tener la oportunidad de participar en este tipo de expediciones científicas, sino también compartirlo con todas las personas que se encuentran en tierra y que tengan la oportunidad de conocer un poquito más de cerca este mundo desconocido de las profundidades. Así que les agradezco, muchísimas gracias. Ojalá puedan continuar viendo el buceo. Hoy es el último buceo de esta expedición y los dejo en compañía de mi colega Gustavo Ramírez. Así que muchas gracias y pura vida. I'm going to finish here, and now I'm going to give the seat to my colleague Gustavo Ramirez. It has been a really pleasure to be with you during this expedition, and you can continue following the dive. This is actually the last dive of this expedition, so thank you very much and pura vida. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, so while the scientists are doing their handover, as you just heard, this is our last dive of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. If you're just joining us, this is actually live footage from a remotely operated vehicle over 3 kilometers below the surface of the ocean. And as you can see, we're currently collecting a little bit of this biological sample here. It's very interesting, peeling off the rock like that. But I did want to say, if you're just joining us and you're like, whoa, this is awesome, and really, it is, you can learn more about this expedition, even though this is the last dive. If you go to schmidtocean.org, right, schmidtocean.org, there is a expedition page there about this expedition, which was called Octopus Odyssey. And there's blog posts there written by the scientist. There's links to media. You can also, of course, check out our YouTube, which you might be watching us on right now. And we're also on Twitter. And there is a hashtag for this expedition. It is hashtag Octo Odyssey, not Octodyssey. It has 2 O's, Octo Odyssey. And if you check that hashtag out, folks have been posting a lot of good material, screen captures. People have been discussing the things we've been finding on the dives. So if you're just here for the last dive, it's not too late to learn about the expedition and see where we've been and what we've seen. And if you are just joining us, welcome. Come and explore with us.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gustavo Ramirez. I'm an assistant professor in microbial ecology and computational biology from the California State University, Los Angeles. I will be narrating the next hour of this dive. and also logging samples that we collect as we carry on our final dive of our Octopus Odyssey Expedition. I am joined by doctoral student Rob Perrin from the University of Calgary in Canada. And by our amazing Schmidt Ocean Institute ROV SuBastian pilots. What we just witnessed there was the successful sampling of a coral called Stolonifera. I got that right? Yeah. Again, so just heads up to the audience, I am a microbiologist attempting to describe the macroecology of this ecosystem. It's been a lot of fun. Again, we are on the 14th dive of this expedition that sailed off the port of Costa Rican port of Punta Arenas on June 2nd. And over the past 3 weeks, we've successfully made it down to the seafloor 14 times. This is our final dive. It's important to mention that this after this dive, or this dive will conclude the ROV-based scientific activities of this first leg of our Octo Odyssey Expedition. There is a second leg, so we do plan on returning in the very near future by the end of the year. And again, once the ROV returns to our ship, the amazing Falcor 2, the science continues. We will carry on with the CTD casts, collecting information, physical and mostly physical information about the water column for another day or day and a half as we make our way back into shore. Nice. Another octopus. Today we find ourselves on the northern part of the very first seafloor structure that we explore way back in Dive 1 of this expedition. A very interesting site of a previous volcanic activity called Dorado Outcrop. A characteristic ecological feature of Dorado Outcrop is that particularly the southern tip, we're in the northern side now, but in the southern tip, there's plenty of venting hydrothermal fluids. So this is just jets of relatively warm water that emanate through cracks in the rocks that appear to host incredibly beautiful octopus, deep sea octopus nurseries. We saw brooding octopus females there by the hundreds, if not thousands. And again, us seeing it was confirming an observation initially made in 2013 and 2014 when this area was last explored, again around 10 years ago. Our return to the area, the Dorado Outcrop specifically at the southern end of the Dorado Outcrop, confirmed that the embryos were indeed viable. That is not something that the 2013 and 2014 expeditions were able to confirm with their observations using another remotely operated submarine vehicle. So that remained a mystery, a decade-long mystery that we resolved in our very first dive by being able to zoom into a couple of the egg clutches that are, of course, very well protected by the octopus females. We looked into those egg clutches, and it was quite easy to see that there was embryos more or less staring back at us. Within a few minutes of that initial dive at the southern Dorado Outcrop Octopus Garden, we also very cheerfully observed hatchlings swimming right in front of our cameras too. So that was again dive number 1 out of 14, and quite a remarkable dive to say the least. since that first dive, we've managed to explore a number of different seafloor features in the vicinity. Again, we find ourselves approximately 150 kilometers off the coast of Costa Rica, so we are in Costa Rican territorial waters. It is noteworthy to mention that half of the scientific party staffing the Octopus Odyssey expedition are Costa Rican scientists. So we are quite a diverse group of scientists that's on board now. Microbiologists, physicists, geochemists. We're all here together to attempt to study our individual pieces of the puzzle that we hope to piece together once our the exploration part of our Odyssey ends. And again, the end of the cruise is, at least for me as a researcher, is the beginning of the. It just marks another point of continuation for the Odyssey of discovery. Yeah, right there. So again, our remaining hours at the seafloor here are going to be more or less spent just simply doing exploration. We're trying to cover as much ground and document each observation of these majestic deep sea octopus species. We've seen a total of at least 2 benthic species on this cruise. And again, there are octopus in this northern part of El Dorado Outcrop. However, on the southern part, there was more venting fluids and much higher density of these animals, specifically brooding females again, that appear to prefer the barren rock around the fluid venting as the optimal sites for laying their eggs. Which are cemented in clutches of close to a dozen sometimes, that then they, after laying them, they just appear to embrace or hug in this upside down hug, or this inside out hug, in order to protect them from the natural predators all around, so shrimp and eels and all kinds of other critters that are ready to munch at those eggs if the female steps away. So very impressive geology that we're observing here. So some of these vistas have already triggered plenty of geological discussion between the specialists on board. And it seems to be an extremely complex place. So that's yet another story of this puzzle that data from this expedition will hopefully piece together over the many years to come. Wow. That's really cool.
Stuck on the underside there, I think. The little red head, you can see
Is that stock part of the animal? Is the stock part of the animal? Yeah. Again, to all of you at home that are just joining us, we are looking at mesmerizing seafloor images of a complex seafloor structure or feature called an outcrop. The specific outcrop is called El Dorado, and it's been known to have or to host some very interesting octopus behavior and be more or less a local oasis of invertebrate life and vertebrate life too. We've seen a lot of fish here also. In an otherwise extremely large desert-like abyssal plains of the ocean. We are 150 kilometers off the Costa Rican port of Costa Arenas. And this complex geology and hydrothermal circulation patterns in this vicinity just give rise to explosions of life all around these edifices, seafloor edifices that when they're big enough we get to call seamounts or mountains on the seafloor. This is our 14th dive of exploration using the incredible capabilities of a very sophisticated piece of equipment called SuBastian, which is a remotely operated submersible that basically becomes our avatar, our eyes, hands, and nose at the seafloor that we're able to remotely control with what pretty much looks like a joystick from a control room 3,000 meters above it, floating on the waves from the research vessel Falcor 2. Our last 13 dives have been action-packed. As I just mentioned, our very first dive visited this site, Dorado Outcrop, but I visited the southern portion of this site. This is our first time at the north end of Dorado Outcrop, and what's immediately apparent is that there appears to be a lot more hydrothermal venting happening in the southern part of Dorado, not as much here on the northern part. The hydrothermal venting appears to be hydrothermal venting fluids are capitalized upon by octopus females seeking clear substrates, clear rocks to lay their eggs. Take the broken branch.
Yeah, one it's quite big though.
Put on the lasers.
Put in the lasers.
So looks like there's a broken branch off of what appears to be an octocoral here, and within seconds we had our octocoral expert on board, Professor Odalisca Bridi from the University of Costa Rica, come ask if this was if there was a potential for recovering the specimen. Is it dead?
Yes, it's very big.
Yeah.
50 centimeters.
Half a meter.
I can bring some off if you want.
Subsample.
Okay, it's because it's broken, so we can take advantage of it recently.
And our expedition has worked extensively with the Costa Rican government and authorities to be permitted to collect biological specimens during this expedition. So again, Professor Bridi believes that this is a great sample of opportunity, since we won't have to hurt the coral in order to learn some information from it. If there's already a part of it laying on the seafloor, we will subsample the part that's broken off and then bring that up to the surface for cataloging at the Costa Rican Museum and for people from all over the world to learn more about this beautiful animal for years to come. Those two green dots that you see on the screen are lasers that are on the ROV, and giving us a sense of scale of whatever it is that we're manipulating at the seafloor. They are separated by 10 centimeters. Space on the ROV payload bay is definitely limited, so instead of taking this complete specimen that's perhaps a little bit over half a meter in length, our ROV pilots are attempting to chop off a piece of this branch that will be better able to fit in some of our biological collection boxes or quivers. Again, this entire operation is piloted from a boat 3,000 meters above where this is happening, and it's done with a really cool joystick that I'm dying to play with. I guess it's my last opportunity to try and play around with the arm when the ROV is on ascent later on today. So I will be in here trying to move that ROV arm around when we're safely away from the seafloor, of course. I've set up one ROV before, or I've manipulated one ROV before, the Jason ROV, and yes, it's hard to relate to the audience what that feels like. It literally felt like driving 100 Ferraris at the same time. Probably the same price tag too, right? Yeah. If you count the research vessel, also maybe 1,000 Ferraris.
Do see some folks hopeful for the ascent, but I don't think we're going to be streaming ascent today. We'll see what happens, but my feel is that that's not going to happen today. Apologies on that. I also like blue water, so I get it. But yeah, I don't think we'll be streaming that today.
Professor Brady is satisfied with our biological sample collection, so we're ready to close the lid on this quiver and continue on with our remaining time here, just exploring on what is the final dive of the ROV SuBastian during this first leg of the Octopus Odyssey Expedition. Beautiful. Great job. Bravo. So we will continue on moving right along a contour trail here on what's near the northern summit of seafloor structure called El Dorado Outcrop. How big? 2 meters?
I think maybe 2 meters.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Remember the branch?
Yeah.
A lateral branch, it was kind of half meter.
Yeah.
Yes, at least almost 2 meters. The
Yeah.
base, the whole part is very big.
Yeah.
Thin.
The stock. Is that why it fell, just on its own weight, or do you think that animals are
think
trying to
they-
munch away?
I'm not sure. Animals take advantage of the height of the colony to eat there. I don't think that they harm the people.
Got it.
Just support there.
Just a beautiful sight here of what Professor Odeliska Breedy assumes or hypothesizes is probably a 2 meter tall octocoral. Yeah. So microbial person interested in evolution, when I see the beauty of these corals, I'm just completely blown away. They actually remind me of phylogenetic trees that organize the different stages of evolution of life on the planet. So that's what's going through my mind. Or that's a thought that's inspired by seeing the complexity of these beautiful sessile animals. Do you want a frame grab?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, he's on it. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, just let it go off screen.
Wow. Just a mesmerizing shot there.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Thank you. Let's see if Logan's watching.
And off we go, continuing our flight or dive or whatever. Flight, right? Yeah.
Dive, flight, yeah.
Depth meters become altimeters.
Dance.
Yeah.
Whatever.
I don't know what to say. It's flying like,
Look at the yellow.
I don't know.
Yeah. I think it becomes
Flying, moving, I don't know.
I think it becomes a flight when you're in Alvin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whoa, do you know the yellow sponge?
Yes, we already have a piece
You
of
have that
one
already?
of those. Video.
Yeah. You like?
I like it
Oh,
very much.
oh,
I
wow.
really like it. It was fabulous. Very, very cool.
Cool. Yeah, Alex put a lot of work into that.
Yes, a lot of work, but the
a lot of work.
playing the guitar and then your story and the clips and everything.
He found all that video by himself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Video
That
from my
was
old band, and
amazing.
he had that really cool shot at the end with the drone. I was so happy for that one.
It was beautiful.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna-
I like your story.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't think the story's that good. I think Alex really took it next level.
He made it extraordinary.
Extraordinary, exactly. Yeah.
Very good, Alex. I will
Yeah.
tell him.
Yeah, all the credit is his. He's the artist. Yeah.
You can invite them to see the video
Yeah.
that we posted about your story.
Okay.
Invite the people.
Okay.
Invita a la gente a ver tu video que pusimos hoy en el sitio, es de Schmidt Ocean. Ajá. Pero decirlo.
Yeah. Yes, as a shameless bit of a self-promotion here, there's been a video posted of it's a 3-minute biography of what inspired me to get into science. That's now available, I guess, as of 10 or 15 minutes ago, from what people in the room are telling me, on the Schmidt Ocean Facebook and perhaps Twitter media outlets. So this is one video in a collection of incredible cinematographical work that's been done by Alex on our expedition. Just fantastic work that he's put in. You can also see video summaries of week 1 and week 2, and quite soon week 3 video summary coming up. So the Schmidt Ocean Institute has just done an incredible job at documenting a lot of the human experience of what it's like to leave everything behind, to come out to the middle of the ocean, and do exploration. So it's beautiful. Again, we continue to travel this contour line on the northern jam-packed with hydrothermal fluid brooding octopus females here, but they just seem to be aligned this octopus brooding behavior. A couple of hypotheses look here as marine snow that's constantly falling from detritus in the water column that makes it to the seafloor to develop. I'm not really sure what the range is, but to become fully developed embryos. By best, I mean where it is embryos in the eggs. So it can come about in the venting fluid cracks in the rocks. They also create where the eggs tend to be of where they're. Oh, got another. Wow. Okay, so yeah, going back to the primordial state that the octopus seek. Yeah, it appears to be barren rock. Another way that a rock can remain barren is simply its positioning. If it's a large protrusion or a jagged rock on the edge of a cliff, the rest of the rock, the upper part of it, can serve as a bit of an awning, just protecting that surface from the onslaught of marine snow. And that's where we've also seen a couple of females brooding their eggs, right under the edges of cliffs. Appears to be another strategy for this species to lay their eggs. Yeah, so going back to the hydrothermal ventings, it could also be possible that the fluids themselves contain something that makes those spots advantageous, either for the mothers or the females that are committed to taking care of those eggs from local shrimp and other predators. They're committed to staying there for years, brooding the eggs. So I don't know, the fluid can have some sort of nutritional advantage, perhaps, again, for the females or for the embryos themselves. A third potential explanation for that behavior is that the fact that the fluids bring with them a unique microbial signature source from all the microbial communities that live deep within the crust. Yeah, can you get some lasers on there? Beautiful. So these unique microbial communities that rise in the shimmering warm fluids emanating from hundreds of meters under the crust may modulate the microbiome of females, brooding females, or the developing embryos, and provide some sort of selective advantage that again could explain the obvious preference for egg brooding right at the sites of venting fluids. Okay, we see what appears to be a male specimen here, or animal, octopus, just showing off their incredibly graceful octopoded locomotion. Yeah, I don't see the. Yeah, maybe it's a female, right? Yeah. Yeah, I stand corrected. This is most likely a female. I'm not sure I've gotten a good look at the 8 legs.
Yeah.
So it's the third leg, right? Yeah.
If this octopus was a clock, we're looking for the third right leg. So that's the one that's like slightly curled at about the 3 o'clock position, not the one that's straight moving up to the 2 or 1 position.
Okay.
But the one that's at like a 4 or 5 now. You know, a 12-hour clock for an 8-armed octopus isn't the best, but we get there. There are some folks noticing a little bit of buffering going on. 2 things here. We are going to be restarting the stream, but also, as folks were mentioning the buffering, I took a look outside. It's looking a little overcast, so that might give us a little bit of trouble here, but there are still blue skies out there. So we are going to restart the stream and see what that gives us. So keep an eye peeled for part 2 momentarily.